Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for September 2, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. First up is approval of the agenda for today. Anyone would like to give me a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table. We'll start with Councillor Kendall. Do you have anything for our departments this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to thank Public Works. Got an email from a resident grading 256th Street, southwest of Millerville. And the very next day, he sent an email that you had completed that. So, but he's also saying 370th Avenue needs to be redone. So, and that you will inspect that. So he thanks you for doing that. I also had another request for some grading of a washboard issue on, it's kind of a steep hill west of Millerville, just off 549 322nd Avenue West. It's where the road kind of jogs up and then steeply back to the west. And then further up that road, 306th Avenue West, the big hill going up to the east there. So both kind of washboardy.
Good morning, Foothills. Yeah, actually, I believe the grader was at that road yesterday. So.
Oh, perfect. Great. Good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. I have nothing this morning. Just like to thank Public Works for prompt action on requests that have come forward.
Thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Just one small item for Public Works. Mr. McLean, I forwarded you an email from the caretakers at the Red Deer Lake Hall, and they're looking for some action on the road down to the park there. It's in pretty tough shape, I understand. And I recall we talked about it in the spring, and I'm not sure if we did anything this year. I didn't follow up. So just asking if your crews could go down there and assess the situation. Appreciate it. That's all I got, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Deputy Vole.
Good morning, everyone. And just a big thanks. There's so much work going on there, from the ditch mowing to all the investigations and responses to emergencies. You guys are really busy right now, and just a big thank you to everybody. There's so much going on.
Thank you. And for myself in Division 1, just through to Manager Allard or perhaps Mr. Mitchell, I'm not sure which one. The Cayley, or the 2A going north of Cayley there, so we put that seal coat on there a week or two ago. Now they've painted the lines. So this is a pretty narrow road, tough to get everything on there, but there's significant sections of the line painting where the white is missed the road, painted the grass or the side. So do we just accept that, or do we go back and paint it, or how does this work?
Good morning, Council. I think it's something we definitely need to look into, so I can look into the line painting program that was done. You said 2A.
Yeah, north of Cayley, the first 2 miles there where they redid the coat.
I will look into that.
Okay, thank you. The only other thing, just we are in a trade war now, it seems. There's a lot of stuff going back and forth, and that's going to affect our costs and what's going on. Trade war has gone so far as to even now start renaming things just out of, well, I don't know why these people do these things, but like Ontario has a little bit more water in the American side than on the Canadian side. So now our president of the South has tried to rename it to Lake America. Just thinking, the American bald eagle is one thing that the Americans rely pretty heavily upon Canada for, with the vast majority of breeding pairs of bald eagles in Canada around the world. So maybe we should be talking about renaming the bald eagle to the Canadian bald eagle rather than the American bald eagle. Not that I want to do tit for tat. But I just bring this up. I trust our departments are being mindful whenever possible and reasonable to be buying Canadian made at this point in time. Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and good morning, Foothills County. I have nothing really, just an inquiry. Noxious weeds. If a person has noticed a substantial amount of noxious weeds, in particular, I believe it's Canadian thistle, what would be the process for them to bring this up? Thank you.
Manager Cornelson, I think, would have that answer.
So I'll answer that one. So through the chair to council, if somebody notices noxious weeds, there's two things they can do. They can report it on the C-Click fix. We get those complaints here and we answer them. Or they can call us directly. I guess they could do that as well. Like if somebody is talking, say to one of you, you can give them my cell phone. And then the way we usually do, we go inspect the property, confirm that there's an issue or not an issue, and then we make pains to talk to the landowner and see if they're going to do something about it. Often they will do something at that point. And if there is no movement, then we can enforce action on it. So.
In Canada thistle, that is a noxious weed, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Just received some new booklets there where you can get them at the front desk here if you want to know, what's a noxious and what's a prohibited noxious. But yeah, that's a noxious, and we're getting lots of calls about them this year.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Always best to take Donald Duck with a grain of salt. At any rate, pretty good schwack of hail on Sunday night, anyway, from the Duisburg Bridge up to Gladys Hall and a little bit down 172. Little fire on the 552 and 96th Street. Nobody was hurt or injured. And outside of that, nothing else to add. Thanks.
Thank you. And just back to that Canada thistle, maybe that should be renamed to American thistle instead. Okay, let's go to our departments. Lots of jokes going around this morning. Manager McLean, what do you got for us for updates this morning?
All right, so good morning, Foothills. So through the chair to the floor. So our crews are still busy running around. They're getting a lot done. So our regraveling program will probably be wrapped up for the year with the end of the month. Dust control crews are still working in the west, working in the south, doing some maintenance, doing some stretches, and they'll be wrapped up too, probably in October. Same with the spot treatment program. Construction is working still with the cleanup and doing an access road over at the Alderside Reservoir. And yeah, so stuff is going pretty well. I do have an item to present in the agenda, so we'll see you later and I'll present that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Manager Allard.
Good morning, Foothills. No specific updates for me today, just hanging around for some public works items on the agenda and working on some requests that were brought up on the outside. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Foothills County. Good morning, Council. Sales for strychnine will resume on February 1st, 2027. They're over now. We'll be looking to get evaluations back from the producers. Our next Ag Service Board meeting is on September 11th. We are planning to putting a resolution forward to hopefully the provincial conference. And our South ASB conference is on October 6th in the county of 40 Mile. And the mowers are mowing around Diamond Valley right now. They should be done their first row by the middle of September sometime, and start on their second cut after that. So that's all I have for today.
Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a real quick update on our fire risk status. We're still under the fire advisory that was implemented on August 13th. Recent weather conditions, it has reduced our fire danger compared to the peak summer conditions. Due to the cooler temperatures and rain, our regional partners, Foothills, again, we're at the fire advisory with MD Willow Creek set a fire restriction. Vulcan County's at a fire restriction. Rocky View, they have no restrictions in place, and Wheatland County has no restrictions in place.
Environment Canada is forecasting some seasonal temperatures over the region with some rain in the forecast as well over the weekend. So Alberta Forestry, they're reporting a moderate wildfire danger in their area with no restrictions in place. And they're reporting no active wildfires as well in their area. So we'll continue to monitor those conditions and make recommendations as warranted should we see any changes coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. Good morning, Council. I have no updates this morning.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for coming in. Unless you have something else on the agenda, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care. Let's get to our agenda items. Let's go to B1, 1119 Drive West, 2239 Drive West, request for extension of dust control. Page 3 of our agenda. Manager McLean, we'll go to you.
Okay, so hello again. So a little bit of background with this one. So I'm presenting this one to council because it's asking for some dust suppressant, and it goes beyond our scope and our setbacks normally with our spot treatment program. So this will be on 2239 Drive West. It's going to be approximately 700 meters coming off of 1119 Drive West. There has been some additional traffic here this last summer. There is a film production taking place. So there is added dust, more washboard, and kind of more maintenance. So normally we allow the existing policy allows for 100 meters of dust control in front of a property for qualifying residents within 300 meters of the county road. So this one actually will not be going past any residences. It'll be going from the intersection past mailboxes up to the first property and will consist of 700 meters. So the request to council is that we approve an additional 700 meters of dust control spot treatment running west of 1119 Drive West on 2239 Drive West at the county's expense, or that we deny the request for the extension of the dust control. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is in my area. I brought this to the attention of Ms. Allard, sorry. And Mr. McLean, as far as you can see the email trail in the agenda, I toured the area a couple of times this summer, and that it's in a valley, and the dust just hangs. It just hangs, and I don't know if it's the gravel in there, but it's just the dust is. There's just a film of it, and it just hangs in there. So the first 2 residences down that road are being used, as Mr. McLean said, for a film thing, and I think it's fairly permanent. This is a series. It's not just a short movie stint. And then, of course, the residents farther on are dealing with the outflow of that. I don't know if we've ever asked the film people to do any dust control this summer or not, but and the other factor is that this is the route for the Cross Conservancy, that when somebody passes, they plant a tree in there. And this is the route. So there's added traffic to the Cross Conservancy too. So I think it's an added bonus that we take care of this road a little better, and it's just a short jag to bring a grader out there to do that. So I'd appreciate council's help to approve this request. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I'm just wondering if we, with the work that we were doing on filming and the bylaws and stuff, if we shouldn't be looking at them for putting some funds out when they are using these roads, as in other businesses doing the same. We're asking for them to contribute to the land, sorry, the land, or the road work. So, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the cost of the 700 meters? Approximately.
So the cost will be $1,200 per 100 meters.
So $12,000.
Yep, correct.
I mean, that's I would concur that I think the film company, if they're creating this extra traffic, should perhaps be responsible for a fair chunk of it, because $12,000 is a lot of money.
Deputy Revolt.
I'm not sure how you can contact them, but if they are contributing a fair bit of it, it might be nice to have the film company prepared to pay some of the cost as well. I don't know if the council for the area has any knowledge about that with all this going on. Is there any, does anyone have contact information through any road agreements with this company?
There was some communication with the film company. The residents and the neighbors actually did give them my contact to give them the information for the dust suppressant to use the C20. I haven't heard back from them though. And they also, I think, were given the option as well of using water as a temporary dust suppressant as well.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So out of the 700 meters, is there a portion of it that is allowed? And then what portion of it would be over the 100 meters per residence?
Could you rephrase the question for me?
So
Yeah,
it said that-
Councillor.
So 100 meters per residence is within the budget to do if it's requested. So are there any residents along the 700 meters? Is it all not covered, or is it all extra? Is it?
Yep, so it's currently just open. There's no residences within this stretch. So after the 700 meters is the first property. And then, yeah, so each resident, normally with their normal setbacks, if they request it, they are automatically at no charge provided 100 meters if they meet the rules. Yep.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Alger. So it just hangs and drifts if it was to be extended 100 meters from the residence in the proper direction. You don't feel that might assist? Like it has to be the whole 700 meters?
Thanks for the question, Councillor McHugh. I would defer to Public Works, but I think just doing 100 meters, we're still bringing a grader in to do the other 600 meters. And again, I know back in the day when Mr. Gallant was around, there was a variety of gravel that caused a lot more dust than kind of what we use normally. But I think, we're still going to have the washboard situation. We're still going to have trouble with a certain amount of road. I think if we're there, let's do the whole thing and be done with it. And I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McLean, but I think 2239 past the residence is pretty much MR, or not MRO, but dust controlled all the way to 152nd Street to the next intersection to the west, almost all the way. So this is just one little stretch of road that did not get covered in there. And there's a few, there's a few residences back in there, but they're all pretty sparse. So this is I think a pretty small chunk of change for everybody that's in that area. And like I said, the mailboxes are right there. And yes, I'm certainly amicable to reaching out to the film operation to see if they would like to participate in this. But typically I think they just say, well, we'll hire a water truck, and then we're still dealing with the washboard situation. So I think the better way is just for us to handle it and grade it and oil it and be done. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess from my perspective, this is a fair bit of money when we're trying to keep our taxes down, $12,000 per year. I'm assuming that's a per year kind of a thing.
It will be as needed. With the initial application of the C20, it probably will take a little bit more, but a lot of our residual roads actually, even this year, have not needed another application. So once they get a residual base going, they actually last a pretty long time.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clarify, I got 100s times 12 at 8,400, not 12,000. So the spend would be 8,400.
Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Alger. Did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try the motion that number A, that council approve the additional 700 meters at the county's expense. I would add on to that we could reach out to the film operators, but I don't think they're under an obligation to help, but it would certainly be beneficial.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can largely speak in favor of the motion, but I don't know that the landowner that is the beneficiary of the movie revenue is where I think we should be going to be looking for a contribution towards the oiling.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you get there, but that should maybe be something that would be negotiated in the lease arrangements with the movie company. So I guess I'm not in favor of the motion.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And further to that, could we that stipulate that this would be this year only? Add that in. And also go to the landowner for contribution.
And go back to Councillor Alger. Would you care to add those two pieces?
We can reach out to anybody we want. There's several landowners that will be involved. 1, 2, 3, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we can reach out to anybody that we want, but we're kind of not under obligation or the landowners, but I think they're all, they're all going to benefit from this. So.
Okay.
And again, I'll go back to Public Works to do it for 1 year. I mean, once it's done, it's to bring it back to gravel in 2 years is what we just grade it. And once we're doing it.
Yep. So this is the wax product. So it's easy to go back to gravel. It can still be maintained by the grader. It also can still be, we can continue to keep it going. It can be turned back to gravel really easy. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can try for a year and then reassess it next year, but I just assume it'd be a permanent part.
Yeah, and Councillor Alger, like it is a high traffic road now. The traffic is increasing every year. It's at an intersection. It's at a mailbox. So there's traffic turning, spinning, going, accelerating. So it would have benefits for sure, keeping it as a spot treatment.
1119 is a MRO road, I believe also. Okay. So
Correct.
That's the one that ties into it is an MRO road, and that's the road that runs over to Granary Road. So it is a major road, as Mr. McLean said. Thank you.
Can we get that map back up again so we know where we're talking? And if somebody could point out some of these points. We'll go to Deputy Revol.
Well, I guess in each of our area, we have a wish list, and I appreciate this one, and I think it's been brought forward. I don't know if there's any other ones in Division 5, but I do have one particular in Division 4. It's about 700 meters as well. So we're trying to figure out how to get that request forward and who should pay for it. And at this point, we're trying to figure out how we can get the residents to pay for it. So maybe I might ask for the semantics on this. If we do ask for the residents to contribute, how do we go about doing that? How do they pay? What mechanism do we have in place for that to happen?
So for additional requests, actually it's tracked on a spot treatment, and they will have to annually make a request if they want to keep up with it and to pay for it. And they'll contact Public Works.
So if we have a road where we have several residents contributing, how does the group pay?
So there are times where if there are several properties that are close together, instead of giving a bunch of individual 100-meter stretches with like 100 to 200 meters in between, we will connect them because it's actually easier for maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah.
But in this case, we're going to potentially ask a group of people to pay. So how does that work? Do they have to pay before you do the work if we ask them to pay?
Would it be something that we're looking into with the policy?
Okay. It's just, this isn't the only one. This isn't the only request. And just trying to figure out how do we handle it? And, one of the suggestions was, one resident could collect on behalf of all the others, but it's not really fair to them to become the collector.
Mhm.
And it just makes it really complicated. And then if we have, for example, contributions from the neighbors, but also from the film company, then how do they pay and where does it get tracked? So I guess I'm just looking at that because this is not the only request. And I have one in my area where we're trying to figure out how is that going to go forward.
Yep, I'm actually working with some stuff with dust control and spot treatment that I actually want to present to council in the near future. So,
Okay.
and to get your guys' opinion as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually part of Division 3 as well. Because I campaigned up there. So the south side of 2239 is actually Division 3. So maybe you're on the north side and I'm on the south side. But I know I did campaign up there. I believe that's Division.
144 is our division. So this is east of that.
144. Yeah, but then I go north a little bit as well.
Yeah.
I go north. Anyways, it's yeah. I thought I campaigned down that road. So, but anyways.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, taking Councillor Oles' comments into consideration. Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Alger, is there more than one landowner in here that benefits from the lease arrangement with the movie industry? My suggestion was to not go to all of the residents on this road, but to have the individuals that are receiving the revenue for the
From the
lease
movie.
arrangement to accommodate the cost in
Yep.
the agreement to have that section of dust control completed.
Yeah, that would be, thanks for the question. There's, what I'm seeing on my map here is one owner on both sides of the roads, or the same owner on both sides of the road, two separate parcels, but same owner. Yeah, and then there would be a stretch from the corner of 1119, which would be two different owners or two different residents. No, just one more resident there.
Okay. Deputy Reeve-Ohl, and then hopefully we can wrap this
Sure.
up.
Last thought. It's September and we have rain in the forecast. Do we need to worry about this year? Just wondering your thoughts on that.
I don't think there's a substantial amount of rain, and rain normally turns the roads to mud and crap, and then there's going to be more washboard happening after that. We still have hopefully a nice long fall of 2 or 3 months left before winter sets in. Yeah.
Okay,
So the main thing that will affect application of the C20 is actually going to be temperature. Rain doesn't affect us too much, but once it gets to 10 degrees and colder, we can't really apply it anymore. So we should still have a pretty good window for September.
okay, so we have the motion from Councillor Alger. Option A, the 700 meters of dust control at the county's expense. I don't see anything further, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion fails. Okay, I think the options are still open for their expense or cost sharing or all sorts of things. They can come back with another proposal for me. Let's go to B2. Do we need another motion? I think we're fine just as is, unless you had something specific in mind. No, I think on this we can. It is, okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Sure. Just to clarify, This request is beyond our scope regardless, so it does need a motion even if they pay for it. Does that correct?
Correct.
So that might be something to offer as a conclusion. Is that possible? Maybe the CAO can direct us on this. And that would allow them to work with Public Works if they wanted it through them paying.
Was CO Payne?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, so at this point, it's really at council's discretion whether you'd like to put another motion on the floor for consideration, such as the Deputy Reeve suggested around kicking it back to the residents to try and organize to have something done at their cost. However, council does not have to do that at this point. You've defeated a motion that's dealing with the request. Now, that doesn't mean that the residents can't ask the area councillor to bring a different request back onto a future agenda as the councillor of the area. That would be our process to bring it back. Something that I think staff would share with the residents is that there is a policy framework being drafted that might help council review and analyze these types of requests, and it'll provide sort of a mechanism that would allow residents to organize and have collection for these one-off type requests come forward in the future. So a couple of options there. If council wants to, say if you wanted to pass a motion to postpone this to another date, you've already defeated it. So that's probably not an option you should proceed with. But if you want to give some clarity to the residents that they're welcome to bring it back, you could do that through motion, or the area councillor and staff could just share that informally with the residents.
Councillor, I'll go back to you. Did you want to do anything?
I guess that is comments by Mr. Payne are kind of encompassed in number B with maybe just some changes of the wording that this be cost shared with the residents of the area and perhaps the production company at a cost of, and again, what's that number? Are we asking for full amount, or should we go 50% or 75%, or Hemingway suggested 50% would be amicable? Yeah.
Councillor Estes?
My thoughts would be that the movie production / landowner pay all but the 100 meters.
Okay, so they have the 100 meters, so any additional? Okay, I don't see anybody else jumping up and down. Unless I see somebody wanting to put a motion forward, we will carry on.
Yeah, no, I would say we'll go to motion for number B.
Okay.
And request that the residents cost but add the movie production company in with residents.
Okay.
Between all that are involved.
Okay, so we have that motion, option B. The only change is adding in movie company as well as the residents. Okay. Anybody else? All in favor? That motion carries. That took a little longer than expected. Let's go to B2, Whiskey Springs Point West, request to accept internal subdivision road, page 10 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Umscheid. Take it away.
Thank you to the Reeve and good morning, council. So this is for the acceptance of Whiskey Springs Point West as an internal subdivision road. It has gone through our final acceptance certificate requirements and has passed. And our motion today is that it be accepted as a municipal road. And I will take any questions you might have.
Any questions from council? Comments or a motion? Division 4, I believe. Go ahead, Deputy Revol.
Thank you. This is top of a big hill, so obviously you were checking that carefully and it looks like it's performing.
Yep, so far so good. No issues from what we've seen.
Very good. So unless there is any other commentary, I would make the recommended motion that the council approve Whiskey Springs Point West as a municipal road.
Okay, we have that motion. Anybody else? Call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to B3, bylaw 32, 2020, bylaw 32, 2025. Request to amend page 12 of our agenda, MLA Fowler. Take it away.
Good morning, Reeve. Good morning, Council. You'll recognize this location. It's been here a few times. It is an undeveloped road plan within the southwest quarter of Section 17, Township 20, Range 2, West 5, and we call it Miners Road. It's just outside of the town of Diamond Valley within an undeveloped cul-de-sac portion of Miners Road. Back in February, we started this whole process to sell this portion of undeveloped road plan to a landowner. Everything has gone through council and through Alberta Transportation. When it came time to get this all registered at land titles, they rejected the application because they no longer accept meets and bounds as an acceptable land description on the bylaws for anything that has to do with roads. So we're asking today that we amend the bylaw that had already been amended once for an error. So we have bylaw 32, 2025, and it was amended by a second bylaw 74, 2025 to correct typo. So this would be yet another amendment to this bylaw, and this would just be using land description that land titles had provided to us that would be acceptable to them in the format that would be acceptable to them. So nothing else has changed. It's still the same land to the same purchaser for the same price, just an amended land description. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe this is in Division 3. Anybody like to give comment, question, or motion for first reading? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, I would give you option A, or sorry, you're saying there's two amendments. So the meets and bounds and then
There's only, sorry, through the Councillor Kendall, there is only one amendment. We'd already previously done one amendment. This is just amendment number 2 to that bylaw, and Ledge Services helped me put it together so we know that it's the correct sequence of events. But this one would just be amending the land description. So today I would ask for first reading is option A, or potentially for second and third reading today, so we can get it back to land titles if you're prepared. But just the one amendment.
okay, yeah, I would give you that amendment and for second and third reading, because I can't see that there's anything substantially different here. It's just some legalese that they're wanting corrected. So I would give you that motion after there's any further discussion.
Okay, we will take that motion for first reading from Councillor Kendall with that amended. Anybody else? I don't see anything. All in favor of first reading? The motion carries. Did we want to consider second and third? I do see we have all of the documentation. We have the amended bylaw in front of us, so we would be in shape to proceed. Do we want to proceed to second reading today? Councillor Alger gives us second. All in favor? Motion carries. Do we want to proceed to third? We would need a motion to proceed to third from Councillor Deputy Reeve Ohl. Is a motion to go to third, and this does need to be unanimous in order to proceed. Any questions, comments on that motion to proceed to third? Don't see any. All in favor? Motion carries. So then I would look for a motion of third reading. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to B4, intersection of 88th Street East and 226 Avenue. A request to review configuration, page 20 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Antle, thank you for coming. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council and Foothills County. Before you this morning is a review of the intersection of 88th Street East and 226th Avenue East, which is the access to Cottonwood Golf Course. There has been a request brought forth by the area councillor to review the intersection configuration. Objectives were to determine if improvements can be made from both a safety and traffic flow standpoint. Currently, the intersection is configured as shown in Figure 1 with yield signs for both northbound traffic on 88th Street East and eastbound traffic on the north leg of the turnaround loop. There have been concerns raised regarding the free flow of traffic from the golf course with no stop condition existing currently. With the proposed approach, one new sign will be required at a cost of $250, including the post and installation. And administration recommends that the intersection be reconfigured as shown in Figure 2. So that is with one yield sign being removed for northbound traffic on 88th Street, one added for eastbound traffic on the south leg of the turnaround loop, and a stop sign is also proposed for westbound traffic on 226th Avenue, leaving the golf course. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have or address any concerns.
Thank you for that. Councillor Callister, I believe this is in your division.
It is, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. The stop sign leaving Cottonwood Boulevard would remain as well in the new configuration?
Through the chair to Councillor Callister, yes, that's correct. That would remain as existing.
Yeah, this was brought to me by a couple of the residents in Cottonwood, and it makes sense to me that there's a stop before you enter 88th Street. So I would give you the motion for approval of this change.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading to the bylaw. And then that can be brought back to us. Do we need to do any outreach? Area residents? I think we know that they know it all. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Sure. Similar question is, in the past, we've been circulating people. Do we have to do this here? It sounds like there's a couple of people and yourself, but do the rest want? So just wondering if we need to do any circulation. We've been doing that. It seems like a new process that we've entered. So just wondering, where do we go with this? And do we keep doing this every time we have a sign? Is that our new normal? If we don't have the whole community suggesting it?
We'll go back to Councillor Callister. What do you think?
I would not be opposed to a community outreach there. I've spoken myself to a few people about it, and they're all are in agreement. The ones that I spoke to, if council wants to do a survey there, that would be fine. I just think this is a safer configuration, leaving the golf course, that you stop before you enter the main road. It seems like a pretty common sense approach to me. I don't think we're going to get any pushback if we do it, but if you want to do a survey on it, then I'm more than willing to entertain that.
Back to you, Deputy Vole.
Sure. Just a thought to do a notification versus, unless you think it's going to be really contentious, we could just do a notification. That's one option. And the other is, you typically post the new signs. Will you be doing that in conjunction with the installation on this one as well?
Through the chair to Deputy Revol, yes, we would post new signage indicating that the intersection has been reconfigured, and depending on council direction, we can either send out a notification or solicit feedback from the area residents.
Okay, up to you. Thanks.
Back to you, Councillor Callister.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any pushback, to be honest. I think that having a stop sign before you enter that road just makes sense. It's just, you generally stop before you enter another road.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Callister, option 1, first reading to establish that traffic control as laid out. I don't see anybody else. Call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
And let's go to B5, 2026 Alberta Tourism Economic Budget Forum, request to attend, page 25 of our agenda. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to rescind this request because we have the budget info event on that day. So it's going to trump my tourism award event.
Okay, so perhaps as it is on our agenda, perhaps just a motion to acknowledge then. Does that make sense, Councillor Kendall?
Yeah, I'll give you that motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Motion carries. B6, this is probably going to take more than the few minutes that we have, so let's jump down. D1 is going to take a little while too. Why don't we attempt subdivision approving authority items? You may give me a motion to go into subdivision. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to E1, Van Grieken. Request for subdivision approval, page 198 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
My apologies, I had to get to the right page. This is an application for subdivision proposing a 21-acre agricultural first parcel out, leaving a 130-acre agricultural district balance located in Councillor Oles' division. Council, this is in northeast of 9-2203. Council may recall May 27th, where a land use application to amend the portion of the property was refused by council, in which case this application has been submitted with the intent to appeal. Council did refuse the application. You can see the motion on page 198 of your agenda package. And at this point, we are requesting council's consideration of the subdivision application. We provided you both motions of approval and refusal for your consideration. And if they do appeal, we will likely recommend the LPRT as the appeal body.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. As you heard, this is in Division 4. And I've reviewed this item as a subdivision approving authority item. And just a reminder that this is a first parcel out, and the application, it went to hearing on May the 27th, 2026. And I'm aware that at that hearing, there was no opposition from the neighbors or other public. And also there was no letters of opposition in this subdivision application before you here today. And at this time, for the reasons provided in the subdivision report under option 1, approval, I move to approve this subdivision request. And I'd like to provide my reasons for my interest in providing this approval. This request fits with our MDP Section 5. You've seen that written on page 200 of our agenda, or also in the MDP itself. And it is, as noted, a first parcel out within the acceptable range of parcel sizes, not less than 2 up to 20.99, and they're asking for 21. The parcel currently has the current and correct land use of agricultural zoning. The parcel size would encompass the building, the sea-can, and a diagonal drainage swale that you can see is quite evident on the map of this parcel. And we have a picture within our staff report of that. And the reasoning for the 21-acre boundary does encompass those 3 parts in this very shrub and bush, heavily dense bushed property. The size of the parcel fits in the area. If you look at the surrounding area, it does fit. The ag zoning will limit potential to further subdivision of this parcel. And of note, within each of our divisions in Foothills County, we've allowed a few larger parcels that are first parcels out due to specific reasoning, which I believe applies here. And recently in our agenda on July the 8th, we did allow a first parcel out of the size of 75 acres. So for those reasons, I'm in support of this particular application moving forward. So I reiterate that I have made a motion for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have that motion for approval. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Councillor Ohl. Do you have any insight into the applicant's reasoning or what the future they want for this? Like, what's the reasoning here?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, yeah.
So my understanding from the report before us, and if you would look at page 208, you can see they don't have the line on it, but you can compare that to the previous page 207 to see that it encompasses the drainage swale. It gives enough land for for a few animals, and it encompasses their home, which is in the center essentially of the rectangle that they've created. So they wanted space for their home. They wanted agriculture. They wanted to show that they were not going to fragment. If they were to do a country residential, it could have been further fragmented potentially. But this way they're saying that really they wanted to encompass it in one piece and have it so that really there was no further application coming to council at being at 21 acres.
Thank you for that. But any insight into like how long they've owned this property? Did they get out of ranching? Like what precipitated this, this move?
Doesn't really have a bearing on the land use part of it, but I understand that they want to separate the home portion out of the landscape portion of it. So similar to any other first parcel out is often, sometimes we have first parcels out that are just land and they want to break off a piece of land. In this case, they want to break off the piece of land that has the house on it, and we see that very often.
And so the tax assessment would therefore not be subjected to country residential. It would still be agricultural, so there would be a tax benefit.
So there would on the
from this.
remaining acres, but in any case, the first 3 acres associated with the home is always at the tax rate for the country residential tax rate. So the remaining balance could be used and could be used in agriculture as well. So that I think would be a benefit for them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just question through to Director Hemingway. You said this would probably be going to the LPRT. I'm trying to understand. I don't see AT highway. I don't see water. What would be the reasoning?
We make a recommendation upon subdivision refusal. We're required to make a recommendation to applicants who we recommend they go to. They can choose to go to whatever board they feel so inclined to go to. I'm under the impression that we have some very small water draws that cross this property. We can see them on page 206 of 206 of your agenda. Those are those little blue dotted areas. As such, it would be our recommendation to go to the LPRT. I have not made a full analysis of the component. I would need to speak to the officer that was on site. But just looking at the maps, I would suggest our recommendation likely would be the LPRT. Because of the location, because there is water on the property indicating a provincial interest.
Okay, thank you for that. My recollection on this, the only issue was the size of the parcel. Our MDP speaks quite a bit about keeping these parcels as small as possible. I know we've done some larger parcels in the past. Typically, it's because the building layout or something prohibits that, and I just don't see this drainage swell being significant enough to give a larger parcel such as this. Anybody else? We do have the motion for approval from Deputy Reeve Ohl. And I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to E2, Schenker Willow Island Farm Limited, request for subdivision approval, page 211. Director Hemingway.
Mr. Reeve, my apologies. There is an error in the staff report. I was not able to discover it until it was already on the agenda. If I can request council's permission to postpone this application, we will bring it back on September 16th for your consideration with a correction.
Okay, would anybody like to give that motion to postpone this to September 16? Councillor Callister. Don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And motion to go out of subdivision from Councillor McHugh. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's take a few minutes break before our 10 o'clock hearing. Welcome back. At this time, I'll open up our public hearing, C1, 10 a.m. Sorry, my eyesight is not working well this morning. Page 50 of our agenda, Ag to CR. Manager Bear, would you please introduce council administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll lay out our procedures for our public hearing this morning. First, we will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, planning officer Chip Chase is with us. Following that, we will go to the applicant and your agent for any presentation and comments that you have. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that wish to speak. So far, I don't have anybody. But if they do show up, we will go to them. Following that, we'll go to closing comments, starting with the applicant and agent, and then back to the planning officer for her closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, planning officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Here we go. So good morning, Reeve and Council. The application before you is from V. Thorson Construction Limited, represented by Mr. Jeff Badke of Badke Consulting Limited. This is a request to redesignate a portion of the property legally described as the Northeast 322202 west of 5 in order to allow the future subdivision of one new country residential district lot with an agricultural district balance remaining. The subject parcel within Division 4, is located approximately 2.3 kilometers north of Highway 22X, 1.6 kilometers west of the city of Calgary. It's directly south of the Tsuut'ina First Nations and is directly west of 160th Street West. The proposal today asks Council to consider redesignation of a portion of the applicant's parcel from Agricultural District to Country Residential District in order to allow the future subdivision of one new 3.5 acre lot with a 130.2 acre balance remaining, as shown here in green. With regards to access, the parcel currently has an existing approach located here in the extreme southeastern corner of the property, which gives access to a residence on the proposed lot from 160th Street West. Access to the balance is proposed to be provided from the construction of a field approach approximately here north of the proposed lot, also from 160th Street West. Taking a look at the physiography, the applicant's parcel outside of the yard site and accessory building is rolling cropland from south to northeast. Any drainage on this property would flow overland, also from the south to the northeast into a pond system on adjacent lands, and eventually into a creek system on the Tsuut'ina First Nations property, which is north of the applicant. There is a small area of spruce trees in the far northwestern corner of the property with a row of aspens along the east boundary parallel to 160th Street West and Caragana shelter belts planted around the yard site. This is the proposed lot here facing south from 160th Street. Facing south, 160th Street West is where the approach to the residence is located, is here to the far left, and the balance of the property is here to the right. This is the east boundary of the property of the proposed lot. This is facing west from 160th Street West, with the balance of the parcel to the right of the screen. And this is the balance of the property facing west from the proposed field of access location, with the proposed lot now here to the far left of the screen. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on August 19th and August 26th, and was sent out to area landowners within a half-mile of the application, with no letters received prior to today's hearing. The application was also externally provided to Alberta Transportation, who's agreed to allow variances to Section 18 and 19 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation upon circulation of the subdivision to their department. The application was also externally and internally circulated with the county's Public Works Department recommending the proposed new field approach to the balanced parcel be constructed as a condition of subdivision to the county's approach construction standards. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reeve and Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. I don't see any, so we will then proceed to the applicant and your agent. Mr. Shire, is it? Or Mr. Yeah, okay. And Mr. Badke, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I'll just get my presentation on the screen here and proceed. There we go. Good morning, Reeve, County Councillors and Administration. Thank you very much for your time in considering our application. My name is Jeff Badke, agent for the landowner Beathor Aronson Construction Limited. With me today is Greg Shire. Greg is the current renter of the residence on the property and is hoping to purchase the proposed lot. The application before you concerns the northeast quarter of section 3222 west of the 5th Meridian, a 133.89 acre parcel currently designated as agricultural district. The lands are located within Division 4 in the northwesterly region of Foothills County, south of Tsutsina Nation Reserve and west of the city of Calgary, bordered by 160th Street on its east side. The surrounding area is rural and low density with a mix of agricultural parcels and scattered country residential development. This aerial perspective gives a sense of the subject quarter section and its setting. An existing building site sits at the southeast corner of the quarter, with the balance of the lands remaining in agricultural production. The original agricultural building site, located in the northeast corner of the quarter, was subdivided in 2006 as a 25-acre first parcel out. Looking to the southeast corner of the lands, an existing building site includes a 1,200 square foot principal residence, together with a 300 square foot shed, as shown on the screen here. The purpose of the application is to redesignate a portion of the subject lands from agricultural district to country residential district to allow for the future subdivision of one new parcel surrounding the existing building site. The proposed new parcel is 3.5 acres in size. As mentioned earlier, the residence is currently rented, and it's the landowner's intention to sell the proposed new parcel along with residence to the current tenant. The 130.28 acre remainder of the subject lands is to remain in the agricultural district. Turning to the physiography of the lands, topography across the proposed lot is generally flat, shallowly sloping to the east-northeast. Vegetation varies with a stand of mixed trees surrounding the existing building site. Treed shelter belt runs along the east frontage of the property, and the balance of the lands is grassland and hayland. There's a low depression area in the northwesterly corner of the proposed lot. That feature is what defines the west and north boundaries of the proposed parcel, so that the new lot has been drawn to take in the unproductive depression rather than divide it. Because the proposed parcel is drawn around the existing building site, no new grading or site disturbance is contemplated by this application. Existing access to the subject lands is by way of 160th Street West, a graveled municipal road lying north of Highway 22X. The existing approach marked on the plan with the red star, together with the graveled driveway, serves the existing building site. No changes to that access are proposed. A new field approach is to be constructed approximately 100 meters north of the existing approach to service the remainder lands, and is marked with the green star on the screen. The existing residence is serviced by an existing water well and private sewage treatment system. Both are located well within the boundaries of the proposed 3.5 acre parcel so that the new lot line does not sever either system from the residence. No changes to servicing are proposed with this application, and the existing systems will continue to serve the residents as they do today. In summary, the proposed lot takes 3.5 acres out of the existing parcel, which is roughly 2.5% of the lands. The majority of the proposed 3.5 acres is not productive farmland. It takes in the existing yard site, the trees around it, the small wet depression in the northwest corner, which is not cultivated today. The boundaries were drawn tight to that existing footprint to minimize impact on the surrounding lands. No significant productive acres leave the agricultural land base, with the remaining 130.28 acres staying in the agricultural district as a single working unit. This application simply allows the landowner to sell the existing residence and yard site to the tenants who already call it home. We respectfully request council's support of our application. Thank you very much for your time, and we welcome any questions that you may have.
Mr. Shire, did you have anything to add at this time? No, okay.
Not really. No.
Okay, we'll go to council and administration for any questions you have. Deputy Reeve Owl.
Good morning. I just wanted to clarify, you had a lovely diagram up there that helped us to see everything. If you wouldn't mind, are you able to share that again? Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
This one here? Yep.
Yes. And just,
Or maybe that one.
yeah, I guess my question was about the new approach that you have to build on just north. So there's nothing there yet. And Public Works made a statement that essentially we're looking for good sightlines. Is that the approach that you're suggesting to them, that location?
Yes, that's what we suggested, and Public Works seems to concur with that. There's good sight lines in both directions, quite flat in that section of 160th Street. Yeah.
Sure, that was just the one question that they had up here in our internal circulation report here. And then you did mention that everything's contained. I just wanted to confirm with you that everything is contained and meets all setbacks within the parcel that you've drawn.
Yes, that's correct. I'll go back to this screen here that shows where the existing septic field and the water well. Sorry, I'll point to them here. The field is right here where my cursor is. Water well immediately to the southwest of the home site there, and then the septic tank is over here directly south, all well within the boundary with good separation to the property lines.
Great. And it appears that a fence that's on the south of the property is on the other property. So there's no other, I guess, say issues related to that property boundary there, maybe needing a fence, or is there anything else that would be a complication there?
No, I don't think so. That fence appears to have been there for quite some time. It's been fixed and upgraded a few times. That kind of scrubby looking long item here is actually quite a large septic mound servicing the farm operation to the south.
Okay, great. And then you did mention sort of the boundaries that you picked were more in that northwest, and essentially that you picked your north boundary and your west boundary based on that.
Yeah, we just, in the desire to keep the lot line square, we picked that the very westerly edge of that low depression. It's every year the people that take the hay off the land, they avoid that area because it's wet, not suitable, and then the same on that north side there. That the line works pretty close. It's about a meter off of that northerly edge. So that's what defined that northeast corner, and then we just went nice rectangular square lines to the adjacent property lines to define the 3.5 acres.
Very good. Thanks for that explanation.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the applicant's agent or the applicant. Just curious, what is to the south? It looks like kind of quite a farming operation there.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kendall. It's Creekside Farms. It's a horse operation. They've got quite a large riding arena and whatnot. We had had some discussions with that landowner when we were first contemplating the application, and in the end, didn't get any comments back from them either way as to any concerns or support one way or another. But yeah, it's quite a big operation. I believe operating on 80 acres, I believe is what it is.
And just curious, how long the current resident seeking this subdivision has lived there?
6 years is what Greg has said here.
I guess one of my concerns with the proximity to such a, looks like quite an active operation to the south, we see this quite often, the conflict between kind of, you know, country residential mentality versus a pure agricultural, you know, operation to the south. And while the current resident might be totally amenable, if he's been there for 6 years, obviously likes it there, but resident changes, and then you have this conflict between somebody not wanting to be that close. I mean, I guess obviously they wouldn't move there, but sometimes people move there and don't know what they're getting into and then start complaining about the existing agricultural operations. We find this quite an issue in Foothills County. So I'm just kind of aware of the proximity of the residents to a, you know, a going concern kind of operation.
Do you want, yeah.
The bulk of their operation, they do horse training and rider training. And that building that you see on their property, that's just a hay shed. The bulk of their operation is further south, and the direction that all of the things that they do there is basically on the south side of all of their buildings and everything. So there is a definite shelter between my residence and theirs. And I mean, I moved there during COVID, so I never really met very many of my neighbors. But I have been over there a couple of times to see if they had a stray dog that I had found. But they were amicable and friendly, and their operation over there has no effect on my Sunday afternoons or anything there. And I believe I have no effect on them whatsoever.
Yeah, just, you know, it's not what's current, obviously it's amicable at the moment, but we just have to be aware that, you know, when we have proximity of pure country residential to pure agricultural, it can, if operations change, you know, which they do, these people might get into pigs or something else different. So, you know, it's just a consideration that I brought up as an observation.
I have one more just little comment on that, and it's just simply on where they chose to put their septic mound there. It's quite a pronounced mound actually, and it actually serves as a bit of like a buffering berm kind of thing. So absolutely, your point is well taken that things do change, but I think just from the positioning of their site and whatnot, there is a good amount of buffering between the properties.
Thank you. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Backey, can I assume that the landowner is not actively farming all the land? I see the Cromboys up in the northeast quarter there. Again, I'm going to assume that they're doing the hayland.
That's right. Jeff Crom does hay it and has been haying it for many years, as it was his uncle's land prior, or maybe it was Jeff's father's land actually. I'm not sure, but yeah. So they do hay quite a bit of land in the area that's leased land. If I'm not mistaken, they have just a little chunk that's their own still, but they've got quite a few acres that they hay for other people.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anything else from council administration at this time. I don't have anybody registered from the public to speak, and I don't see anybody online, so we will just proceed then to closing comments. So, Mr. Badke, Mr. Shire, any closing comments you have at this time?
No, I think I've covered everything off, and I was happy to answer the questions that came forth, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Back to council administration. I don't see any. We'll go to planning officer Chip Chase. Any closing comments you have for us today?
I have nothing further, Mr. Reeve. Thank you.
Nothing further. Okay. And back to council administration. One last time, any questions you have? I don't see anybody, so I will close the hearing at this time. A decision will be made likely today, and you're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch the deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all, and hope you have a good day. Council, while this is, we can carry, okay. While this is fresh in our mind, why don't we carry on to this item, our subdivision or ag to CR redesignation application C1, page 50. This is in Division 4. Let's go to Deputy Reeve Owl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to draw everybody's attention to page 64 in our staff report. We have a map that shows the greater area in relation to where this parcel is, and our presentation kindly does a red line around the parcel for us. So thank you to our planner for that. So I just want to draw your attention to that because that gives you context. The line on the right-hand side of the section is the city of Calgary. The city of Calgary is growing at an immense pace, and that nice canola field is going to be gone pretty soon. So what we have there is Alpine Park has already started and is proceeding and moving at a rapid rate at city densities. And our border between the county and the city is 85th Street and under the jurisdiction of the city of Calgary. We also have an intermunicipal development plan with the city of Calgary, which identifies that first quarter section, so half of that section, as an area of potentially CR and cluster development as a transitional area. And it's identified, I have brought it with me, and it's not too hard to see. It's quite prominent, but you can see right next to the city of Calgary. I've got the plan with me here if anyone's interested. This shows the IDP where it's an area of mutual planning. So it's just outside that area that we're seeing this application today. So the future of this area is going to be filling in. And I wanted you also to see what's in the neighborhood right across the street. You've got a mixture of quite a few parcels out. You've got a couple of open quarters, but you've got a lot of mix going on here with the likelihood that this is going to fill in here over time and then probably get planned in particular along the border, and likely some of that land is going to turn into cluster development. So the fragmentation exists, and it is going to be right up against city densities where we actually don't really want the city to annex any of this land. And at this point, they're not interested, but we do have a transition opportunity here for acreage and some probably farming to stay in effect well as possible. The soil's good, but it's also going to be directly butted right up to the city of Calgary as it is by border right now, but also the houses are coming over the hill. So that's coming up pretty soon, and they have the waterworks in the way coming up forward. We've heard about that through our IMCs, intermunicipal meetings. So I just wanted to give you kind of a framework of what we're looking at here. So I just have a couple more comments I wanted to share here. So I see this as an area of transition from the city of Calgary densities. So I am in support of this application. I see that it's only 1 mile from the city of Calgary, and we're going to see fragmentation over time. And I'm hearing interest in some fragmentation. I'm also hearing interest in people holding large parcels for a complete development as they're waiting for water servicing or some other strategy. So there's a lot of people who are holding this land for development in this area. So I mentioned the IDP, but I also kind of have a little forecast that I see the city of densities coming within the next 10 to 15 years, but the Alpine Park is moving fairly quickly, a lot faster than I thought. So even that is moving quite quickly over the hill. Again, that policy A shows us that from that intermunicipal development plan that we're going to see that density crossing the road here, but not as dense as city development. Also, if you note in the growth management strategy on page 52, we do have a note that we are going to be seeing minimal to moderate growth, but this one, of course, is directly across from the city of Calgary. The adjacent parcels to the south has 4 parcels. There's a mix in the area. There's small country residential parcels right across the street. So that's already done. There's small right across the street. There's no opposition in here today. There was none in any form. And as was noted, there's some buffering that's naturally occurring to the property to the south. So the impact of this particular parcel will not be affecting that. So when it comes to us preserving agriculture, we just have to remember we're right across the street from the city of Calgary, and this is going to be developed. So this is a small piece. It's taking out a small piece only of the productive area, which will continue for the next few years while the other big developments come into play. And it's the house. So regardless of the next future, the house could be taken out of any future development as well. And I think they're thoughtfully kept it quite small so that it wouldn't impact any of the operations for the transition time. So I think just with the modesty of the application and that the mix in the area, the proximity to the city of Calgary, just being 1 mile or 1.6 kilometers to the east of this property, I think this fits for a transition type of a development. And so therefore I'm in support of this, and I would provide the motion for option 1 when you're ready to accept that.
Okay, we will take that motion for first reading. Option 1, we'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciating the comments from the area councillor. I find it very difficult to accept the strategy that it's acceptable to see ours up against our neighbor being this city of Calgary. As spoken to, development in this area is most likely and certain to happen if the city of Calgary expands. But the knock-on effect of building on any major urban center is that it just increases the future development costs to the larger urban. And rather than incur those costs, they just jump over that buffer and go straight to ag land where it is much cheaper for them to develop. So while I do hear some pretty good rationale for speaking in favor of this CR parcel, it is also largely remains agricultural in this area, and can speak in favor of the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can speak in favor of the motion. This is a second parcel out. There's always arguments on the municipal development plan on both sides. However, the land use bylaws and the growth management strategy support this, if depending on what your definition of moderate growth is. So minimal to moderate. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 4? My world, the second parcel out is not going to hurt. It's an established farmstead. I don't see anything changing in this area by drawing a line around this yard site and taking out a 3.5 acre piece. So I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we have that motion from Deputy Wolf, first reading for approval. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just take the opportunity to point out that the original farmstead was the original first parcel out in the northeast corner. Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Vol, back to you.
Sure, this could be in a second house on the property as well with the original development. could have been. And just also want to draw your attention to that map on page 64 so you really get the full picture of the, the fact that this does fit in the area. There's multiple parcels with more than one parcel out here in right adjacent to it. And the mix really fits here, and the leapfrog is not going to happen here because there's not enough open land here for the city of Calgary to take it. In fact, it'd be kind of nice to create a little barrier for the city of Calgary from developing in Foothills County. And again, I draw your attention to our shared boundary, which is a document that was planned between Foothills County and the city of Calgary. And in that, it identifies this as a transition area where there will be higher density of development, but not city densities. So that is the agreement that was realized between the two municipalities. And there were other quarter sections to the south of Calgary that are being, if you want to call it, sterilized for the expansion of the city of Calgary. And those are south of the city of Calgary. And a lot of them are in Division 5. And obviously that's part of that planning process. So in this, and this was a full public consultation with citizens to come up with this plan. This is something that was agreed to and is currently mapped. And at this point, we don't believe the city of Calgary has aspirations to annex in that department, but they're going to be a border of city densities. So a transition to acreage and some farm would still be fitting in the area. Thank you very much. And again, Division 4 goes all the way to the mountains, to the nation, and has a variety of some interesting compact communities, but it also has this area of transition, which is directly adjacent to the city of Calgary, which we're going to see more densities there. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Ola. What was the servicing strategy for this transition area?
So at this point, the city of Calgary is working to strategize to service their area, and that's coming online. They have a bunch of Starlight, they call it, infrastructure that's coming on board. So they've got that in the works right now. And then at some point, if there is any agreement, there might be some agreements in the future. At this point, it's going to be servicing from the land. So it'd be exceptionally producing water or other forms. There's some different ideas floating around about servicing some different types of, again, as was mentioned in the IDP, those would be the cluster developments, and whether they be individually serviced or whether they would be communally serviced or whether they would be potentially in the future agreements with the city if that was something that they would enter into. At this point, they're holding their licenses, but if there was something in the future, it'd be right across the street, and it would be probably dependent on the density as to whether it would qualify for servicing from the city. So I think there's a variety of discussions. My understanding, the water is pretty good in the area. So that's some of the information that I've heard in that area. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the question. I don't see anybody else. So we have the motion, first reading for approval. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, we have a little time. Let's go to our B6 Municipal Development Plan Engagement Services Award of Contract, page 28 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
I'd just like to invite some colleagues of mine into the room, and if I may request, we do our in-camera item initially in advance of the motion that we requested. So you'll see that down at the bottom of the agenda.
Okay, so let's go into closed right now then. So I'd look for a motion to go into closed from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's go to B6, Municipal Development Plan Engagement Services, Award of Contract, page 28 of our agenda. Deputy Revol.
Sure. The motion as stated on page 29 is that council approve the award of the municipal development plan engagement services associated with the Foothills County Municipal Development Plan Review and Update Project to Arcadis Professional Services Canada, Inc., and authorize administration to execute the necessary agreement subject to completion of the appropriate contract, or however you wish to smoothen that out.
Okay, thank you. We have that motion. Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. It is lunchtime. Anybody like to give me a motion for break for lunch? From Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you. Welcome back. At this point in time, I will open our public hearing, C2. That is 710716 Alberta Incorporated redesignation Ag 2 Business Park, Highway Commercial, MR and PUL, and a site-specific amendment as well. Page 67 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Siewert, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go over the procedures for our public hearings this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. That is Planning Officer Chip Chase with us today. Following that, we will go to the applicant and your agent for any presentation or comments that you guys have. Following that, we'll go to members of the public and they will have an opportunity to share their input. After that, we will then go to closing comments, first to the applicant and agent for your closing comments, and then back to the planning officer for her closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just going to. Has to get out of the way so that I can do this. Sorry about that. So the application before council this afternoon falls within the Alderside Junction Area Concept Plan. Sorry, it kind of flipped ahead of me out there. The application before you is from 710-716 Alberta Limited on McCowan for a redesignation of the property from highway from agricultural district to highway commercial and business park district with municipal reserve and public utility. So the application before council this afternoon falls within the Alderside Junction Area Concept Plan, which was approved by council on December 19th in 2012. The ACP contemplated future redesignation of the property, as you can see on the screen, from agricultural district to commercial and eco-industrial land uses on lands located north and east of the regional field house, with a public utility lot to be located on the north side of the internal road, which is now Fieldhouse Drive. The ACP proposed 3 phases, with the first being a section of commercial development north of Fieldhouse Drive, as shown in red. The second was to be an eco-industrial development south of Fieldhouse Drive, and the third is an additional section of commercial development north of Fieldhouse Drive. On February 18th, 2026, the applicant's agent requested an adjournment of the scheduled public hearing for this application. The adjournment was granted by council with the motion on the screen that brings us to the hearing today. The application provided by the developer today proposes to redesignate the property from agricultural district to business park district, highway commercial district, municipal reserve, and public utility with water, wastewater, and stormwater development, along with internal road dedication and future construction. Located within Division 1, the proposed plan area, as circled in red on the map on the screen, is located approximately 21 kilometers south of the city of Calgary, 2 kilometers east of the town of Okotoks, less than 1/2 kilometers south of the CKPC rail line, directly south and west of Highway 7 and the Highway 2 overpass, and is directly east of the regional field house. For a bit of regional context surrounding the application today, it is located proximate to the city of Calgary to the north, as well as the town of Okotoks to the west, the town of High River, and the hamlet of Alderside to the south. The developer's lands, which fall within the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, are also proximate to the Foothills County Okotoks Fieldhouse, the Warner Business Park, the Foothills Logistics Center Outline Plan, the Petro-Canada Commercial Development, the Western Gateway Outline Plan, the Country Lane RV Park, and the Ravencrest and Silvertip Area Structure Plans developments, both of which are on the east side of Highway 2 outside of the H2AI ASP. The map on the screen also identifies the county's public workshop and the county's new raw water storage ponds and treatment facility, along with Triple T Holdings, which is an anchor hamlet industrially zoned business within the hamlet of Alderside, which is adjacent to Highway 2A. The Maple Leaf Co-op development is at the bottom of the map on the screen, and this area provides some unique live-work opportunities with a number of these country residential parcels within the co-op containing approvals for home-based businesses. Taking a look at the land use that is contemplated today, the site plan proposes the future subdivision of 3 highway commercial district lots north of Fieldhouse Drive, as shown in the salmon color on the screen, and 1 business park district lot in light purple south of Fieldhouse Drive, with a public utility lot for stormwater management shown in blue and a small linear MR around the public utility in green within the northeast corner of the development area north of the business park district lot. The land use application proposes dedication of a 3-meter wide access right-of-way in the configuration as shown approximately in yellow on the site plan on the screen. The proposal for this pathway through the applicant's lands shows connection to the conceptual pathway on the adjacent Western Gateway development to the east, as well as connecting through the development to 64th Street on the west and to Fieldhouse Drive from north to south through the center of the highway commercial development area. It is expected that a formalized plan for the pathways for each of these developments will be provided with the subdivision application. Pathway development in the location as circled here on the screen may warrant, not sure why it's not advancing, there we go. Pathway development in this location as circled here on the screen may warrant updates to the submitted TIA to address the interaction of pedestrian and vehicular movements at this intersection of Highway 7 and Fieldhouse Drive. Further to the pathway, as provided on the previous slide, the land use application proposes a linear area of municipal reserve around the proposed utility lot for stormwater management, as shown here in yellow. It should be noted that when reserves to be provided are 1.98 acres or greater under the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan and the county's reserve policy, the proposal is required to show a developable municipal reserve parcel. They're further stating that MR dedication can include a combination of pathways and developable land, with cash in lieu to be provided at the discretion of council. Council may require revision to the site plan to include an MR parcel in conjunction with the open spaces and pathways as illustrated in the plan. Alternatively, council may choose to agree to reserves as shown on the applicant's site plan and to allow the outstanding reserve amount to be paid as cash in lieu. The county's water line is shown on the site plan on the screen in the configuration as approximately shown through the applicant's property in red, extending west to the regional field house and south and east to the county's water infrastructure within the hamlet of Alderside, with a small stub to the east towards the adjacent recreational vehicle sales center within the Western Gateway outline plan. The recently approved outline plan for Western Gateway, which is located directly east of the applicant, illustrated within their plan additional tie-ins and internal water infrastructure that is to be constructed, and are also proposing connection to the county's water line infrastructure. The Alderside Junction Area Concept Plan provides the development of the overall site is to connect to the county's existing water infrastructure, and that the costs associated with this infrastructure are to be provided as per the servicing and cost contribution agreement that is registered on the developer's titles. The developer has provided that the business park lot south of Fieldhouse Drive will connect to the existing water line infrastructure with extension of the water line infrastructure to the highway commercial lots to be constructed under development of these lands at a future date. Providing further that the engineering for the future extensions and connections necessary to service the additional development is to be provided as a condition of the subdivision approval. Public Works has provided that a potable water demand assessment and fire flow capacity assessment are to be provided by the developer to determine the expected water usage for the entire development. Further requesting the provision of a servicing agreement that is provided at the subdivision stage for extension of connection of the development to the county's potable water facilities, and a requirement for the existing utility right-of-way to be extended through the proposed business park district parcel to cover the entire water line through this parcel. All costs associated with servicing are to be provided as per the servicing and cost contribution agreement that is registered on the landowner's title. Wastewater connection is not yet available for the development. Therefore, the applicant is proposing an interim pump out system with a central location for collection, as approximately shown by the red square that's on the map on the screen. The infrastructure internal to the development area is to be put in place for interim use and future connection to the county's wastewater system when it does become available. The proposed internal wastewater development is roughly as shown on the site plan with the red lines and arrows. The county has a small portion of existing wastewater infrastructure in place within the road right-of-way, as shown on the screen in blue, for eventual connection of the field house to the county's wastewater system. Public Works has provided that an interim pump out system is acceptable to their department and has requested that a wastewater generation assessment be provided as a condition of the land use approval, and that a deferred servicing agreement for future connection of the development to the county's piped wastewater system, along with a detailed stormwater management plan and a development agreement, be provided as conditions of the subdivision approval. With respect to stormwater management, the application proposes a public utility lot, as shown circled in red on the map on the screen. This would be in keeping with the area concept plan outside of its location. The area concept plan located the pond north of the Fieldhouse Drive. The land use application provides the pond south of Fieldhouse Drive. Public Works has requested a detailed stormwater management plan be provided as a condition of the subdivision approval. The application proposes access to the south side of Fieldhouse Drive from two approach locations, with access to the parcels north of Fieldhouse Drive to be provided through the development of an internal road connecting to both Fieldhouse Drive and 64th Street East. The concept plan supports the external access location and provides that the internal road infrastructure is to be constructed on a 25-meter wide right-of-way to the satisfaction of Public Works. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridor's initial comments on the land use application provided that they have no concerns. However, their comments on the revised TIA that was submitted by the applicant have provided that ATEC is looking for additional information within the TIA regarding an extension of 64th Street East and the intersection of 64th Street East, Highway 7 and 393rd Avenue, which is in the Warner Business Park, to be provided to the satisfaction of their department and to Public Works, which is the road and intersections that are shown circled in red on the screen. These are just a few visual references of the roads in association with the application and the submitted TIA. This is 64th Street, the road allowance facing south, which is undeveloped. The field house is to the far left in this photo. This is 64th Street facing north towards Highway 7. Oh, coming in. The adjacent west neighbor is to the left of the screen, with the residence on the applicant's property to the right of the screen. This is the intersection of Highway 7 and 64th Street. This is the intersection that ATEC is requesting updates to the TIA in order to show how this intersection and extension to this intersection connecting into 393rd Avenue in the Warner Business Park would impact the highway and the CPKC rail. This is the western portion of Fieldhouse Drive, which is undeveloped and serves as an emergency access for the field house. Here to the right, it is a locked gate at this location. The yard site within the applicant's property that's north of the field house is located here. And this emergency access connects to 64th Street East. And this is the emergency access to 64th Street from Fieldhouse Drive. The applicant's proposed highway commercial parcels would be here, north of the Fieldhouse Drive, and the Fieldhouse is here to the left. At the eastern end of the development, the applicant's lands are now in the far background of the slide, with the adjacent Western RV Sales Center here to the left, and the Highway 2 and Highway 7 intersection at the lights are here to the right. This is the intersection whereby all expected traffic to the property is to be funneled. There is concern with the TIA needing to be further updated to provide the impacts of pedestrian movements with traffic in this location. This is directly from the Western RV site facing north over that short stub of road between the RV Sales Center and the signalized intersection, just for another look at the intersection and the pathway interaction. The land use application also falls within the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, which was adopted by Council on October 14th, 2010, as an ASP whose purpose is to direct growth in the plan area in a logical and strategical manner to be developed over time. The overall vision for the ASP considered existing and proposed land uses, recreation, regional aspects, open space considerations, infrastructure and transportation logistics, eco-industrial development, and environmental considerations. A summary of the ASP's vision is to ensure socially, economically, and environmentally sound development opportunities are provided for the residents and businesses that choose to locate in the 2A corridor. The phasing strategy for the H2AI ASP identifies the applicant's lands to fall within Phase 1 of the expected overall development of the Highway 2A corridor, and further that the plan is within the industrial commercial land use concept under this ASP as illustrated on the maps on the screen. Further, the lands fall within an area of the ASP which is intended for industrial commercial land uses. Area identified as industrial commercial are proposed to allow industrial and commercial development of parcels, with policy further providing that commercial activity be the primary use, which would be supported by the proposed business park and highway commercial zonings that are anticipated for this land use application. The open space and pathway sections of the H2 ASP provide that MR dedication is to meet the county's reserve policy. The land use proposal somewhat aligns with this policy, as was previously mentioned. While pathways can be considered, council will need to provide whether an MR parcel may be appropriate for this development, as a revised site plan would be required to accommodate this added use. Additionally, with respect to pathways, council may require more sufficient detail with respect to connectivity of the pathways to the regional field house and the proposed linear municipal reserve around the public utility lot. Additionally, the expected crossing of the pathway at the intersection of Highway 7 and Fieldhouse Drive may require revisiting the pathway allocation for both Alderside Junction and the Western Gateway development to address concerns regarding turning movements at the intersection and safe crossing for pedestrians, which was discussed previously. This also may require updates to the revised TIA. As the reserve dedication is not in keeping with the county's reserve policy or the reserve policy within the H2AI ASP, staff is looking for direction from council with regards to reserve and pathway dedications. The land use is consistent with the water servicing section of the H2, as the development is proposed to be serviced via connection of development to the potable water infrastructure. Wastewater is not yet available within the corridor, with on-site servicing being considered in term, which the county's Public Works Department has provided would be appropriate. On-site wastewater servicing is also appropriate under the H2. The H2 further provides that off-site levies for water, wastewater, stormwater, as well as connection fees and identified right-of-ways are also required. The land use may require revisions to the TIA in order to be consistent with the transportation section of the H2 to address 64th Street East and the CPKC crossing at Highway 7 and 2A. Along with the land use redesignation, this application is also a request to council for a site-specific amendment that would allow the following discretionary uses within the business park district to be allowed as permitted uses for the business park lot within this development. They are looking for business office, industrial light, industrial manufacturing and processing, outdoor storage, and retail stores. The applicant has requested that council be made aware of the development permit that's pending for the proposed business park district. Therefore, I've included a number of slides outlining a few details of that site. The site plan to the right, to the left, to the right, to the right, to the right provides the planned overall development of the property proposed south of Fieldhouse Drive, along with the proposed landscaping plan for the perimeter of this site. The site plan here provides the 3 future phases of development within the lot that is proposed south of Fieldhouse Drive. Phase 1 is in blue, phase 2 in green, and phase 3 is in gray. Additionally, here we have the landscape buffers that are proposed adjacent to the Fieldhouse property in the top of the photograph, Fieldhouse Drive to the middle, and the Storm Pond and AltaLink power line at the bottom. And this slide provides some of the architectural features of the structures that are proposed for the site. And here, examples of the directional signage that's proposed for the business that's proposed for the site. Moving into the physiography, the parcel is predominantly flat hayland outside partial stormwater pond construction along the east boundary. Along the east boundary, topsoil stockpiles that are south of the storm pond, 2 low areas of ponding on the west boundary, and waterline construction that is through the lands south of Fieldhouse Drive. Lands north of Fieldhouse Drive are predominantly grassland outside of a small yard site on the west boundary, which consists of a residence and a small barn. This portion of the property also contains topsoil stockpiling. The property includes at least 2 low-lying ephemeral type wetlands along the west boundary of the parcel as circled in red on the screen. In order to determine whether or not they are crown claimable, a wetland impact assessment may need to be added as a condition of either land use or subdivision to ensure that these areas are appropriately addressed. So a couple of slides of the overall site. This is the site facing north of Fieldhouse Drive. The regional field house is here to the far left of the screen, with the proposed highway commercial lots here to the foreground. Highway 7 and Warner Business Park are to the far background. And the residence that's currently on the property is here to the background left. And this is a site facing south from Fieldhouse Drive. The field house is here now to the far right, with a proposed business park lot approximately here, along with the Western RV Sales Center to the far left at the intersection of Fieldhouse Drive and Highway 7, which is located here. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel newspaper on August 19th and August 26th, with 2 emails provided after submission of the staff report, which have been provided to the applicant's agent and counsel through the county's Legislative Services Department. The application was circulated to the appropriate internal and external departments and utilities, as shown on the screen, with comments from these departments provided in council staff report and throughout this presentation. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reeve and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Planning Officer Chip Chase. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, you explained to us and we read the site-specific amendments that are being requested from the discretionary uses within the land use, the current business park land use are being requested to come into permitted uses. We have the business office, industry light, industrial manufacturing, processing, outdoor storage, and retail store. And you just put that on a slide, so it's right fresh in our minds here. So my question's in relation to the Deputy Director of Planning's statement in long-range planning in the circulation on page 86. And that he has stated that he is suggesting that it could be that council may contemplate these amendments as general amendments to the business park district if council is of the opinion that the requested uses are appropriate as permitted uses on all district business district park district of properties. So the question is simply, you can answer now or later, how and when. So we're not going to deal with that today, likely. And would that be something that is just a high level question since this was under the category of long range planning?
Yes, I think this is something that the Deputy Director of Planning is wanting to bring forward to council as the possibilities of changes to the business park district. Possibly the Director of Planning might be able to expound on that if there's anything additional.
Not really. Okay, well, it was a good point and well taken. So those are all currently in the land use as discretionary. And I have more about the application. I'll wait till after the applicants have presented. Thank you.
Director Hemingway?
Teresa, you had mentioned a few times with respect to the municipal reserve requirement for the proposal. When calculating the municipal reserve requirement outstanding, did you contemplate the existing 7-acre MR lot that was provided? So how much is still, so you're including the 7-acre MR that was already provided? What are we outstanding? I couldn't understand you there.
Approximately 2.7 acres.
2.7 in 2.7 is still outstanding and not currently proposed, or?
That's not with the path, what they're proposing in this proposal. That's overall.
Okay.
What's 2.7.
So some will be in, could be in the pathways, some was around the PUL lot. I'm just wondering if, so there's not a lot left to do a whole new block of MR.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So.
And I can certainly calculate that.
Well, or we can have the applicants help us understand
For sure.
what's contemplated for the pathways, because you talked about them as right-of-way plans, not necessarily municipal reserve parcels. So there may be some discussion about that. Okay, so there's not likely a block or a parcel of MR still outstanding beyond a very small amount. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions. That one MR is answered. In terms of the height, so request to on the business park section to increase the height allowance to 12.95 meters. For reference, do we know how high the field house is? Like I'm picturing probably all of that. Do we know?
That is not something I do know. I'm not sure if there's anybody here that knows that.
Okay. Okay. And what is the maximum height allowed currently under business park? I didn't see it there.
I believe it's 12 meters and I can look that up for you.
It's a very small. Okay. My final question. So again, on that site specific amendment for the business park. So I guess the one I'd like to key in on a little bit is the industry, manufacturing and processing. So currently it is discretionary, not permitted. Highway commercial, if I recall, it's not allowed at all. What other land use districts in the area would allow for industry, manufacturing, and processing? Would we have to go like significantly farther south in the H2AIASP area?
Well, I suppose it would be the general industry district. And I'd have to look as to where that is, where any of those lands are zoned that way. I do believe we have some direct control that might be that way too. I'm not certain. I'd have to actually look it up in the H2 as to where those lands are.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Hemingway might have the answer.
Just further to that question, so if you look on page 91 of your staff report, there is a land use map. And it does illustrate the lands indicated as general industry district as that purple dotty purple. So there's quite a large area of lands zoned for general industry district. And I'm gonna have to look up to see if, which one was it? Manufacturing is in, industrial edges. I'm just not sure myself.
Okay, we'll leave that question out there.
Okay.
I don't see anybody else with a question at this time. Director Hemingway, that's your line was probably from before. Okay. So with that, we will go to the applicant and agent. If you could introduce yourselves, and I'm thinking you got quite a team there to introduce as well, and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I do have a team and I'll introduce them to you. My name is Christy Bunder. I'm a planning consultant. With me today is Glenn McCowan and Dennis Inglis from 710-716 Alberta Inc. I also have a team of engineers here to answer any questions or technical questions that council may have. So I'm going to introduce them and ask them to wave their hand. I have Jay Sheen from Liemacher, who is the civil engineer. I have Daniel Blischak and Jason Dunn from, sorry, Buns. I talk to these guys every day. I have Jerry and Scott Meyer from Integrity as well. And what is the order of presentation, just to give you an understanding of what we're thinking, Mr. Reeve, is Mr. McCowan would like to speak first. I will then talk a little about the intent of the application. And then Mr. Dunn will speak to the traffic impact assessment. And so he'll be coming over here at the presentation table, just so he can speak to the slides that are relevant to the TIA. And then I will be asking Mr. Meyer Jerry to speak in support of the applications. It just allows him to be open for questions with our team. Does that sound okay?
That sounds good.
I'm also just going to acknowledge I have Spencer Purdy online, and Spencer is our architect. So if there's any questions about building height, that would be the individual we'd need to direct those to, but I have an answer for you as well, sir. So with that, I'll ask Mr. McCowan to proceed, and I'll set my presentation up while he does that.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Thank you, councilors, for hearing our presentation today. As some of you may or may not be aware, I have been involved with these lands since 2010, as long as Deputy Reeve has been councillor of this county. I was central on our team's negotiation with the county in terms of selling the lands to the county for the field house. And as part of that, I essentially started what I thought was also essentially a partnership with the county in terms of, at that time, I knew that I had to offer up some municipal reserve lands, decided to work it into the deal that we did with the county on the field house lands, including contribution of the environmental reserve lands. And we did that essentially just eyeballing them, not really surveying them out and specifically saying that's required by ER. At that time, we did do the cost servicing agreement, which I took as being an agreement that was going to allow for the servicing of both our lands with the water and the road infrastructure, and therefore agreeing to cost sharing on that basis. It's come to be that hasn't necessarily been the case. As part of my demonstration of the good faith on that, I actually constructed the sanitary line that's on Fieldhouse Drive at my cost. That was not paid for at all by the county. So moving forward, that's where we've been at, and we're now at this case. We're asking for two specific land uses, being the business park with one identified user, which we believe is in keeping with our area concept plan that we did put forward. And we've saying 3 highway commercial lots, but it's really that what we're trying to do is get definitive land use so that we can go out there and market to appropriate customers that can help to support the field house and the supporting area with an appropriate customer base. This is all on the basis of demonstrating, though, that there's going to be a dedicated road through there that we will construct to municipal standards. And then as we determine a significant customer base, we can properly plan out the balance of those lands. I thank you for your attention. I'll turn it over to Christy.
Thank you, Glenn. Just before I begin, a couple of things that jumped out at me with Mrs. Chipchase's presentation that she might want to chase while I'm speaking. One, the Public Works circulation referral comments indicate that the potable water and fire flow demands can be accommodated, and that's because the fire flow demands were provided in a servicing memo April 17th, 2026. So I'm curious as to why the fire flows attending or suggesting are absent. And ATC has actually accepted our TIA. So I'm not sure why there's outstanding conditions or considerations because it has been accepted. And so sorry if Mrs. Chipchase, if we hadn't communicated properly some of those things. I don't want to repeat what Mrs. Chipchase has done here. So I'll kind of blow through some of these slides. As indicated, this was a parcel that Mr. McCown had owned for some time now. And the municipal reserve was hived off here for the regional field house. Environmental reserve was a deduction from that. It's a little surprising to us that we're still owing this much reserves. Certainly, we don't want to have reserves here. And I'll talk a bit about the pathway as well, because we did it as a combination on the other side. So it's kind of an influx consideration, and I can talk about it a bit more. As mentioned, there are site-specific amendments, including added permitted uses from the discretionary side and increasing the building height to 1295 to facilitate the future development on the BP parcel. So we're not asking for that height relaxation on the highway commercial, just the BP. And the reason for that is these are big free span buildings. And if you are to meet the expectations of the architectural design guidelines in the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, for roof slope and pitch, we needed to go to 1295. So that's the only reason, so that we can match the roof slope and pitch in the architectural design guidelines as required by those guidelines. That's about as much as elaboration I can do on it, but I'll show you some of the images. We also did submit a concurrent development permit. This was because we actually need to be in there grading in October and November, or we are in trouble with this application. And I know we put it on hold to reevaluate our land use choices and mitigate some of the concerns we were hearing. And I'm hoping that we have done so with this application. But a full building permit submission, development permit submission has been provided. And we also provided something new with that called a master site development plan. And I've had to do those in Rocky View before, and they primarily outline phasing, square footage. It ties down the site to give council some assurances that there's no scope creep, that what you see is what you get. So I provided that to give council a little bit more comfort with this application. I don't need to go on to where this is located. It is in a very busy area. I will say, though, in following the Volker-Steven application for their logistics park, we are asking for the exact same transition from discretionary to permitted. So we're not asking for anything different that was provided to Volker-Steven with that logistics park. There is some manufacturing, industrial manufacturing going on in Warner. But the good thing about Business Park is the manufacturing needs to be done indoors. There's no manufacturing allowed outdoors, just outdoor storage. The corridor continues to grow. We want to be a part of that. And as Mr. McCown said, the highway commercial land use there is intended to entice some interest. With regard to the application, Mrs. Chipchase did indicate that we did request an adjournment. And at that time, we had proposed general industry on the business park lands we're in front of you today. I think there was a lot of concern about that land use. You saw that in 803-969's letter with Mr. Urban to the east. He has business park approvals, so we went to business park just like him, and that will require that manufacturing be indoors, and that is the plan. So that does help mitigate a lot of those concerns. We also just revised the application to provide more details, to give council some assurance, because this is an important site with the regional field house in this location. And because we wanted to impress upon council the genuine intent, we did submit that DP and MSDP concurrently. This redesignation, as Mrs. Chipchase indicated, involves a number of land uses. At the end of the day, we're about 42% highway commercial. We are 48% business park. We're going to add 5.41 acres of road, so that bisecting road on the highway commercial side is not constructed and would be constructed in future. And all of these roads that are public are constructed to the county's commercial standard, which is 130 millimeters of asphalt. Reserves are not provided here with the exception of the perimeter around the PUL, and those are typically required for access and maintenance of a PUL. The site-specific amendments that we are asking for are to take some of the discretionary uses over, which includes business office. So the Integrity head office would be here, so we do need some business office use. Industry light and industrial manufacturing processing, and this is in order to allow for the business use, which is prefab structure, prefab home, walls, systems, and it's all done indoors, not outdoors. Outdoor storage we put on the permitted use side, and that's primarily for the lumber. And it's important to note that it's not a lumber storage yard. We don't want lumber sitting out there. The lumber is intended to be repurposed and sold as a prefab panel. So outdoor storage is only for the materials that are going into the manufacturing. There's no intent to stockpile lumber or any such thing. And I'll show you some air photos just of the current sites so you can see how clean they are. And in addition, a retail store. So if you've walked into the current Integrity office, you can go in and buy all these little knickknacks and paddywhacks that you need to build homes. So they'd still like to continue to offer that. We did create the Innovation Place Master Site Development Plan to provide a clear framework, a coordinated development strategy, a good understanding of operations in terms of when they're open, when they're closed, how many people, how much water, how much septic, and the phased build out of this business park. It is in the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. It is identified as a future industrial commercial policy area. These are intended to be mutually beneficial and complementary land uses. And so I want to talk a little bit about the complementary nature of these uses. Also, I think Mrs. Chipchase has identified that we have an area concept plan that's getting on in age. But we do feel like we've met the intent of that concept plan, and we did provide a policy document, or a document that basically compared this application to those policies and where we could meet them and where we couldn't. The business park intent, and I'm going to focus now a little bit on the business park and what we're trying to do. The business park here is intended to allow for light manufacturing and also allowing for some forms of commercial, and that's just that retail store. The parcel is going to be developed by Integrity Land Development Corporation as a campus-style and industrial business park for this company's business operation. So it will be one parcel with a linear prefab chain of buildings all the way through it. I recall many, many years ago, Jerry telling me he went to Chicago and saw this and was just blown away by it. And he's been trying to do it for a very long time since. Integrity envisions this site as a unified campus with industrial development, which provides coordinated building placement, shared internal roadways, defined yards and storage zones, and a secured perimeter, and is also planned to be developed in a phased approach. The business park allows for a long-term home for this business. So Integrity is in two places right now in the county. They have, I think, the main facility that we're all familiar with on 338th Avenue. And they also have the IBC manufacturing facility and design offices in the Borner Business Park right now. These are just random Google photos of both of these sites. So very taken whatever day Google decided to fly it. And I just wanted to impress upon council how clean these sites are. There's no lumber stacked over height. Everything is covered. There's no garbage strewn about. I think Integrity does an amazing job of even keeping their own sites clean and secure. Problem is if you get lumber stack heights too high, people rip off your lumber because they can. So we don't want that, and the lumber is not intended to stay out there. The site-specific amendments that we're asking for will support the proposed uses, the building heights, and the phased development approach. This is the master site development plan. It's not included in the land use application. It is with the development permit application. Mrs. Chipchase was kind enough to put 6 or so pages in your agenda just so that I could show you the work that has gone into the visioning and the design of this particular location. And that's primarily because we know how important the regional field house is. And we wanted to make sure that we were compatible with that surrounding land use and ensure that our architecture was also very similar in nature. We prepared a bit of a schematic here. So this is done combining both the architectural model, so the future model of the structures for Integrity, and it shows the storage yard. It shows the office. It shows the 2 buildings that we're going to start with, I guess, in a little more detail. It also shows our interface with the Western Gateway RV site, and our interface is largely with their storage yard and the AltaLink high mass line. There's a 23-meter right-of-way for that AltaLink high mass line. And as you can see, the Western RV has a perimeter of trees. We would also have a perimeter of trees. So it would be trees, open space trees, for screening and mitigation. The Western RV proper commercial sales business is right beside the pond. So we want to make sure that we haven't adversely or negatively affected that business. In terms of our overall site plan and what's going to be accommodated by that use, we have light industrial manufacturing campus that integrates manufacturing, fabrication, logistics, and office functions all in one location. It is planned for phased expansion, but that's why I tied it to a master site development plan so that council understands what that expansion is and is not, and how many buildings we will be having there. The campus will include 7 buildings and 2 storage yards accessed by an internal 12.8 meter road. So you can see this road coming off of Fieldhouse Drive. It will be the internal circulation for this project. However, this is an emergency egress. It will not be open to the public. It will not be open to anyone. It is emergency only. This is the main access, and I'm going to talk about why the gate is way back here in a moment. But this internal circulation road is primarily and only for Integrity and their internal use on this parcel. The subject site also will meet the screening guidelines of the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. So what we tried to do was provide council with the visuals and the plans to show you that we're fully invested in meeting the requirements of the design guidelines and landscaping plans. Mrs. Chipchase talked about the phasing. Phase 1 are the light blue buildings, and they're intended to establish the core infrastructure and operations, including a manufacturing office building and a welding shop. The stormwater management plan, the stormwater pond, the security fencing, and about 700 feet or so of the internal roadway with internal site landscaping. The phase 2 expands that campus with 4 additional buildings, including a warehouse, the IME building, and the precast plant. And that completes the internal paved roadway and provides access throughout the site. Phase 3 then contemplates an additional planned glulam building, and that's the light purple building, and that will be the last one constructed within this complex. In terms of the architectural design, what we wanted to do was have consistent building forms and roof lines in order to create a unified campus appearance. So the relaxation to the height allows us to match the roof lines over this free span of these large buildings. So we're trying to get the pitch according to your own design guidelines for that relaxation. I think it's important to note that Mr. Jones, who was concerned about the high relaxation, cannot see this business park from his home. He can see the highway commercial site. We haven't asked for the height relaxation on highway commercial, only here. In terms of the architectural, maybe I should talk a little bit about that. Yeah, so consistent forms and roof lines, highway facing elevations, as you can see, were highly detailed and articulated. We are using defined entrances and canopies, glazing, lighting, which make the buildings welcoming and easy to navigate, and integrated site signage and wayfinding to provide clear identification without visual clutter. Unified pedestal signage is a requirement of the architectural design guidelines in the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. Additionally, we have durable, coordinated, and high-quality materials to support a professional industrial character and to create a consistent identity across this business park. Building proportions reflect the modular nature of the operations, creating a deliberate and organized architectural language, and I hope you can infer that from the site plan. And corten steel accents and glazing and fast facade articulation add visual interest and break up large building elevations. We're also looking at sustainability principles here, including optimizing building orientation to daylight, high performance building envelope systems, energy efficient mechanical and lighting systems, outdoor LEDs, and those are dark sky compliant, durable materials selected for a long service of life, efficient water use strategies, and thoughtful site planning to avoid any unnecessary pavement. In terms of our landscaping, again, Mrs. Chipchase went over this, but I'll just show you where the cut-throughs were taken so that you can understand a little better what we're trying to show you. So section A is the top one. It is through Fieldhouse Drive to the site. I want council just to take a note of the berm and the landscape buffer from Fieldhouse Drive, so you wouldn't be looking at grade into the site. It is raised and bermed. The cross-section B is between the Western RV property, and you can see the property line on the far right. Then the AltaLink easement, which is about 23 meters. And then we added a 4.5 meter landscape buffer and an additional 17 meter setback from that buffer. So we are well separated from any adjacent land uses. And then just section C is on the site and through the emergency road or the emergency egress. And I just wanted to give council an understanding of what that interface would look like against the Fieldhouse property, which includes a landscaping, a berming, and a fence for security of this site. In terms of the uses, we have taken a lot of time to minimize impact on adjacent properties here and maintain the character of the area. With regard to traffic, noise, and activities associated with structures on this site. All of the operations are proposed to occur indoors, minimizing potential noise and dust impacts on the surrounding properties. Outdoor use is limited to storage. And we've shown you where our IBP yard are and our PFA yard is. And right now they would be adjacent to other storage yards. And in this case, it's RV storage. Internal circulation within and between the buildings will occur primarily with forklifts. Loading activities with movement of materials will be within the designated areas, supporting efficient internal operations. So as you can see, we also have designated drive paths within the internal areas to reduce dust, noise, and any transmission of a nuisance outside the boundaries of this property. The detailed municipal master site development plan and supporting technical studies have been provided with the development permit application in order to demonstrate that this is a comprehensive development, respects the character of the area, and is intended as a planned industrial commercial area with minimizing off-site potential impacts as much as possible. This is another sort of air photo architectural combination, just to give council an idea of what this looks like. So this would be a view of the business park parcel from Fieldhouse Drive facing west. So as you're coming in and turning up towards the Fieldhouse, this would be what you would see. And then another picture, maybe if you leave the Fieldhouse, again, this is what you would see. So we tried to take into consideration the grades. This is all like AI, and it's as close as possible to what we can get in terms of how this would look when you exit the regional field house. The pathway connection. So I'm not sure what to do with the pathway connection, and I was hoping for some direction because what we did over here on the Western Gateway plan was we didn't know if Alberta Transportation was going to take all of this right of way across the frontage that they've asked for, and it's 30 meters. And I recall this was about 7 acres of land off of this quarter or off this property. And what we did was a access right of way back of lot here. It is not a formal pathway dedication, but it is a formal pathway dedication here. It would be a access right of way here because these are PULs. As council did not want these to be MR, as you may recall. And so I put access right away on them. And my thinking was council probably wouldn't want the MR in here for the same reasons. But we did show an extension of the pathway, and this is done in accordance with the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan. We also, as council may recall, discussed how this is an informal pathway and the water line is actually constructed in it to this location. Making it a little more difficult to develop as a road. It doesn't mean that it can't happen, but we see that as a bit of a long shot to develop. So we saw that as a pathway, but of course it is the county, so we can't show any pathway on it formally. And then we showed how this could connect through here. Because the majority of this pathway is access right of way on PUL or back of lot, this is the only one on MR. I was just seeking direction from planning as to what they would like to do there. And if this is a problem, this TIA can update the pathway crossing. I'm not sure if that's going to get developed or not. And I think that's a long-term consideration, but certainly we can just discuss it further. Again, with the internal roads, I think I've talked about it. This phase 2 subdivision would strike this road. It is not the intention to strike this road tomorrow. We will come in once we have some users identified here and then subdivide this out and go through the process of development permits. The technical studies provided included the geotech, utility servicing report, a stormwater management plan, and a traffic impact assessment, as well as the abandoned well report. Just again to talk about utility servicing, I know Mrs. Shipchase covered it, but I'm just going to briefly describe it. So the water line is constructed in blue here, and it bisects the property in this location. And because it's kind of a weird little bisection, we had to lay this out according to this water line. We didn't want to pick up and move this water line or reconfigure this water line. So we kind of built our plan around the water line. So it does provide a bit of a constraint to the overall site planning, but we got it to work. And as you can see, we have some hydrants that we are proposing as well. The light blue is proposed water line. So it would come like this right now loops back this way. The intention is that it loops back this way as well, and it loops back through 64th in this location. So we've got some water line going here, water line looping, and continuation of that system basically for the benefit of the corridor. With regard to wastewater, as Mr. McCown had said, he constructed this sanitary line in Fieldhouse Drive at this location, and it's stubbed here and here. The lighter red is proposed. Those sanitary lines would be developed at this time, but not actioned or turned on until the wastewater treatment plant was turned on. And this is very much similar to what happened at Warner. All of the deep utility was pre-installed, so there's big concrete pipe waiting for wastewater and has been since the beginning of Warner. So it's a similar sort of principle, following the same sort of examples that were set here with Warner. Stormwater management. So we have an overland stormwater management plan for the entire site. So this pond will serve the entire site. All of the connections to that stormwater pond will be managed by pipe. The regional field house stormwater pond is over here on this property. In terms of this stormwater management pond, again, this is just a rendering of what we think it could look like. It's located in the northeast corner of the business park parcel. It also helps set back the business, which is a nice thing. It has the underground pipe. It also regulates flow during storm events and provides water quality treatment. So there's a forebay included in this, which is part of the permanent water zone, which allows for sedimentation removal from the stormwater. And this pond will provide additional flows for rainfall and snowmelt events. And we have an outlet control structure on Fieldhouse Drive. So this has all been provided to Public Works. And with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Dunn to take over and talk a little bit about this TIA. Thank you, Jason.
Good. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Kim.
No, it is. It's just the
Hello.
light.
Check. All right. Okay, good. Hey, afternoon, Council. My name is Jason Dunn. I'm the Regional Manager for Prairies with Bunt and Associates. I'm a Principal and a Senior Transportation Engineer with the firm.
Sorry, I'm just going to get a little closer to the mic.
Closer. Okay, check. Oh, it's red now. Even better. Okay,
Thanks.
okay, we are live. Do I need to repeat or can I just continue? Okay, thank you. All right. We completed the transportation impact assessment for this project, and in reviews, we have heard that there was concerns about the mix of the traffic with the existing field house and potential industrial traffic that would be with the development that is coming. So we had a look at other places where there's industrial areas and recreational uses that exist. And so as you can see on this slide, within the Foothills and greater area in Eastern Calgary, there's a large number of recreational facilities. Across the highway in the Warner Business Park, there are several recreational facilities, and even in the Balzac industrial area. So the mix of these two traffic patterns is common within industrial areas. So we don't foresee there being any safety concerns with the mix between the traffic that's using the field house and the traffic that's going to be using this site. To the next slide, please. So this is the county standard cross-section for the roadway. And this is what Fieldhouse Drive has been built to. So it has been built to the county standard, and the future road in the highway commercial and 64th Street is anticipated to be constructed to this standard as well. That'll all be confirmed in a future phase when that comes in for development. But at the moment, it has been constructed to the appropriate county standard. Next phase, please. Okay. So Bunt and Associates has been working in this area on various projects for many years now. And we're just highlighting in the numbers the different areas that we have worked on over the years. So we are familiar with this area and the road network and the constraints and opportunities. So it's not as if this is our first game in this area. We've done a number of assessments in this area. Okay, the impact assessment was updated and resubmitted August 21st. That was resubmitted back to the county and to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and has now been accepted by TEC. And so that has been done with the daily volumes. So we looked at two horizons, one being 2027 when the first phase, which is the business park, comes in, and then a second phase for the highway commercial at a future horizon. And so for the first phase, the number of vehicles that are anticipated to be on Fieldhouse Drive is below the threshold that is within the county standard for that classification of road. So there's no need for changes to the road classification or what has been built today. And then the intersection at Highway 2A/7 and Fieldhouse Drive, the increase of this traffic is about a 4% increase to the overall volume going through there. So it's what we would consider to be a minor increase in traffic volumes at that intersection. Thank you. Okay, so at the intersection of Highway 2A/7 and Fieldhouse Drive today, The analysis indicated that the intersection is operating within acceptable parameters, and those are the ones that Alberta Transportation Economic Corridor uses for their guidelines. And then with the addition of this site traffic, that will still continue to operate within those acceptable parameters, and that has been accepted by Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors. Okay, when we look to the future with the addition of the highway commercial, we were asked to look at 64th Street and the connection up to the highway. And what the analysis indicated is that when those future highway commercial lands come in, 64th Street will need to be upgraded and a signalized intersection will be needed with the highway. There was also a request to look at the potential impact of what happens if a connection continuing onto the north side across the highway, across the railway lands occurs. And so the volumes were all put into there, and it will operate within acceptable parameters as a signalized intersection, as a four-way stop as well in the future. And again, Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors has reviewed that and accepted that. Okay, with regards to the existing constructed Fieldhouse Drive, these, what you're looking at here is what's called swept pass. So driving a truck in and showing that the trucks can actually operate on the roads as they are constructed today, and no further upgrades are required to the existing infrastructure to get the trucks in. And then the next plan should be the trucks out. And there you go. So all the infrastructure as it is constructed today is acceptable for the proposed traffic volume and type that is coming to this development. And that's the summary for the TIA.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to ask Jason just to stay there. So if there's any questions from council on the TIA, he can be available to you. So site access and stacking, we tried to think through all the things associated with this use. This business park parcel from Fieldhouse Drive will have a motorized gate, and we're going to put it inside the perimeter on the Integrity Road so that vehicle stacking can occur on their property and not on Fieldhouse Drive. And this is really important because this gate would open at 6:30 in the morning and not before. And sometimes these guys show up before that time. So they just park outside and wait. We wanted to make sure that we could accommodate 4 B trains on the parcel and not have any stacking on Fieldhouse. And so the site is set up to allow for that and retain security of the overall site. Additionally, we have a little bit of an emergency egress with a turnaround on the property just to ensure that if anything should occur in this location, there is another way out. It is also gated and controlled. I'm getting close to the end, I apologize for this, but phase 2 with the highway commercial is when we would strike that road. And as mentioned, we just want the land use in place there so that we can start to shop it and see what kind of customers we can get in here. And that will also derive if any further subdivision is required. And it will also provide more water capacity analysis, sewer capacity analysis, and all the rest of it. But we don't know who the end user would be. So it's hypothetical at this point to say, oh, it could be a hotel, it could be a restaurant, it could be any number of things. But we will be coming back with DPs for those with the land use in place and subdivide them if necessary, depending on the needs of the user. The phase 1, though, will not be further subdivided as a unified business park campus. And I've tried to demonstrate that to you today. In conclusion, this land use with site-specific amendments aligns with the development considerations and follows the guiding principles of the MDP, the 2A, ASP, the Foothills County's land use bylaw, and the Alderside Junction conceptual plan. The application considers the development in its area, its physical characteristics, and proposes a development that is strategically planned to drive economic growth and employment to the area while following the appropriate design guidelines and maintain the character of the area. The site-specific amendment allows for the future development in the business district. Like I said, it's intended for the business district only, those amendments, and that the application rationale is supported with a comprehensive framework for this business park parcel, which we submitted in the form of a master site development plan for Innovation Place is what we're calling it. With that, going to ask Mr. Meyer to come to the microphone and just make a couple of statements.
Test. Good afternoon, Reeves Siebert and members of council. Fun fact for you, I turned 44 on Sunday. I think I sat in front of you when I was 25 and did this same speech. So that's just a fun fact. And I was probably shaking just as much. I thought I'd probably get over it. Public speaking's not my forte. I should have done 4-H a lot more. For the record, my name is Jerry Meyer. I'm the founder of Integrity Group. Thank you for your time today. I'm incredibly proud to be invested in the Foothills community. I moved here in 2000. I founded Integrity in 2008, 18 years ago. This MD put its faith in us, approving our current site at the intersection of 338 and number 2 highway. You supported our vision until the annexation of surrounding land capped our physical footprint and our ability to grow. In the time since you backed us, we've grown from 10 employees to 250 plus employees. We're privately owned, ambitious, deeply dedicated to our roots. I live in the community, I ranch here, and I believe in this community. Giving back is a core part of our mission, from sponsoring 4-H groups, local hockey teams, and regional Western Heritage and Rodeo events to supporting STARS and the Foothills County Hospice. Today, we are asking for your support on the 40-acre property to centralize our operations and give us room to grow for the next 20 years. I have reviewed the submission from our neighbors at Western RV Country. They raised concerns about heavy equipment traffic and safety of families using the field house next door. I take that very seriously, but I want to address it by looking at our track record. For 20 years, we've been located on the intersection of 338th Ave and the number 2 highway, arguably the most dangerous intersection in Alberta. Despite our massive growth, we have not been involved in a single collision there. That's not by accident. From the very first day as an employee is onboarded, we drill them on the risks of that intersection. We strictly enforce designated routes for our commercial trucks to protect the team and obviously the public. We know exactly what we're doing when it comes to vehicle safety. Unlike general recreational traffic, our commercial vehicles are driven by trained professionals operating under strict proactive safety protocols. Public safety and being a good neighbor are our top priorities. We're fully committed to working with council on a smart site plan, proper screening, and safe traffic flow so we can complement this gateway area perfectly. We'll never be a big faceless private equity box store. We're a local business completely invested in the place that we call home. You believed in us 18 years ago and we delivered. Now we're asking for you to believe in us again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can take your questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go to council and administration for questions at this time. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the Reeve to Mr. Mark. Assuming this is approved, the business park, you would close the other facilities?
That would be the intent through phasing.
That's my only question.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. A few logistical questions as we were hearing how things would work. Just on the site itself, is the intent to have a mostly graveled surface so that it's not impervious? So there is going to be some drainage because we're going from a natural to a lot of development. Is that the case?
Yeah, the plan is to have mostly gravel, but then the main routes to be paved.
Okay, and then in relation, that was great to explain. We only had the one diagram, so I had questions that you've already answered quite a few, which is great. You guys are very thorough. But in terms of the relation to the stacking and the placement of the gate, I'm just interested to know if you have investigated a few scenarios where you would have different events or different seasons, different times of the day where you'd have activities at the field house, and that is something that, just out of concern. I don't know what part of your presentation would have studied that, but someone must have looked at that.
Just to clarify, are you talking about peak period use of the regional field house possibly conflicting with peak period traffic of Integrity?
Correct.
Like
And-
when do those B trains
and
come in
other-
versus when is the most popular time at the field house?
Sure,
Okay.
and also the road being used by other users for future, like you're proposing to us other uses on the landscape as well. So a combination of things a gate is something you can move if it's not quite performing how you want it to. But at this point, is that something you considered? You considered those peak and other movements that helped come to this conclusion?
Yeah, the peak travel time for the vehicles coming in and out of Integrity is Monday to Friday during operational hours from, say, 6:30 in the morning until about 5 o'clock. Peak field house activity is usually after that period of time. So from a travel perspective, we wouldn't be impeding. Saturdays and Sundays are obviously quite light if there is any travel whatsoever. When we instruct the deliveries to come into our yard, we want them to show up when we have people on site to be able to unload them. So we try our best to ensure that they show up during our open time. So the gates will never actually stack. We do get the odd ones that pull in the evening and want to park and then pull into the yard in the morning. But to date, typically the max trucks we have ever stacked is 2. And so we're looking at it with a proposal of allowing room for stacking 4 for future.
Thank you. And it looks like you had quite a few constraints in trying to achieve a site design related to the water pipeline. But did you also achieve a directional type of a movement within the site that would help with maybe less backup beepers? Did that come into any discussions in terms of the noise coming from constant backup beepers?
Presently, Integrity's current site has residential uses right beside it. So I'll let Mr. Myers talk about how they mitigate the backup beeper noise.
Yeah, so we've modified quite a few of our forklifts so that the beeper is overrun by lights instead, just so that there's not as much noise, and that's solely because of the residential use close to us. As for forward and backwards with the forklifts, the purpose of this manufacturing site, I guess it would be my dream, is that we never actually take the wrapping paper off of the lumber until it enters the building. It'll make it so that I don't lose quite as much money on lumber turning into hockey sticks. So the idea with the proposal is so that we can actually go and grab bulk lumber, bring it in, and deal with most of the movement and traffic inside the building. It'll greatly reduce any traffic that we currently have outside.
And then the last one on your design, and then I have one more logistical question on this choice for the landscape. And that is just in the design of your buildings and your phased plan. The first phase would that would encompass enough square footage for you to move from your current location. Is that what your plan is?
The initial move would be from the Warner Business Park. The Warner Business Park is a piece of land that we don't currently own, nor that we get to design it to work well with what we do. So the idea is to build the first phase of it so that we can move from the Warner Business Park over to that location, set it up. There's been years of planning when it came to how lumber should travel in and how it should travel out. And this if 18 years ago, I would have had a roadmap as to how the buildings would have best suited the industry that we grew into. This is kind of our plan, is to go, okay, but we get the opportunity to start from scratch and do it right this time. So
Thank you. That was very helpful. And my one question I had as I was looking through our agenda package and you were presenting to us an old area concept plan from 2012 and trying to morph it into fit with what's going on here today. And this kind of interesting eco-industrial comparator, which doesn't fit, but you have chosen this campus opportunity instead. So when I was looking at it, in previous iteration, it seemed like it might be a multi-unit type of a development, multi-commercial unit development compared to a campus. And in terms of, we did have some letters of concern. So I was wondering if you had put any thought into the impact from a multi-unit type of development compared to this campus development. And that was really where, after I looked through everything, it was really, was there thought? Because here we have before us something that is a slight version thereof of what had been put forward in this concept plan. And so the question is simply, had you compared it and what were your thoughts on the comparison between the multi-unit and then this idea of a campus? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And thank you for that question. The Alderside Junction ACP talks about eco-industrial primarily because the ASP itself talks about it. And what we previously had in the ACP was about 25 lots in here versus now one single unified campus. And it is actually an eco-industrial development, primarily because there's so much savings in lost lumber and lost materials by unifying this site. And also, we're more productive on this site, unified, and we're doing a lot better with all of the input material costs, which, and frankly, we're not constructing on site, so we're reducing yard waste, we're reducing construction waste. It's all integrated on one site. Which is fantastic. And I think will be a jewel in the crown here in the county in terms of reuse and innovation. And certainly much better than 25 lots that you don't know the end user on. And our master site development plan, which we submitted with the DP, provides all of the assurances with regard to operational complexities, safety, noise, dust mitigation, and our operational hours. They don't conflict with the regional field house. I think also we are able to unify the site architecturally. And we've taken into consideration the mass of these buildings and tried to minimize them with architecture and articulation. And from that perspective, I think we've done really well, and I'm certainly better than what we had 10 years ago.
Thank you for the answer.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A comment and a question. Mr. Myers, first of all, I can't wait to get you off 338 and Highway 2. That is a nasty piece of part of the world. So happy to see this plan coming into effect. My question is for Mr. Dunn, just on the TIA. So the little jog between Highway 2A and then turning on and then going to turn on to Fieldhouse Drive right now is a stop sign, I think, with a kind of not a pork chop, but a divided little cement divider in there. Is there at full build out or through the TIA, did I read there was going to be some improvements at that particular intersection, or is it necessary?
The construction that is there today is sufficient for the future. So at the moment, the east-west or the Fieldhouse Drive section is stop controlled, and then the inbound lanes are free flow so that the traffic gets away from the highway. And so you can come in and turn straight away. And then as you come back to it, you have to stop before turning and going up to the highway. And in that configuration, with all the future traffic that we anticipate with this development, it operates fine as is. And so no upgrades are anticipated.
Okay, thanks for that. And just one other thing on our public works spoke of the upgrades at CP Rail. Is that not already signalized and armed in the whole shooting match?
It's not arms. There's no arms. So CPKC is suggesting arms may be warranted.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, I just had a couple questions. You mentioned a precast plant on the property. Can you describe what you mean by that, the size, storage of materials?
But I'll ask Mr. Meyer to do that if I may, Councillor Estes.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple precast plant. Integrity Post Structures builds its buildings off of a precast foundation. They're about 7 feet long and the size of a 4-ply 2x8. It's a internal process, so from precasting, there wouldn't be any concrete outside, there wouldn't be dust outside. The product after it exits the building is cured, so doesn't create any, and it's not unsightly by any means. It comes out in pallets and ships off to our job sites. So it would not be considered a large scale precast plant.
Just to follow up, or sorry, another question. Mentioning the trees and shrubs, trees and shrubs on the berms, that would be under your maintenance?
Yes, it would. It's on our property.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who to address my questions to, but was there ever any consideration of utilizing 64th Street as an access to the field house? I mean, it's not really feasible at the moment because that would obviously make that intersection of 7 and 64 extremely dangerous without a traffic light. So I'm not suggesting that. But just if, because I know that this whole interchange has kind of been identified sort of on Alberta Transportation's radar. I believe we have kind of talked about this as kind of an area that needs to be looked at in the future. But was that ever a consideration to utilize that so that then you'd have 2 separate entrances?
So through the read to Council Kendall, in the fullness of time, when the second phase comes in with the highway commercial, the 64th is extended all the way down to the field house, and that gate is gone, so that you could come in through both ends.
Okay.
When this whole area, when this is built out and all those upgrades are completed. So at that time, yes, you can come from both sides.
Okay.
Councillor Kendall, if through the Reeve, at the time that we actually sold the lands to the county for Fieldhouse Drive, that was a choice that could be made by the county at the time of developing that, was developing out 64th at that time, and they chose not to.
Good, thank you. So with the amended area structure plan, I realize it's, just something that is referenced, but there were a few ideas in here, and I just wondered if any of them were contemplated, like about utilizing stormwater and exploring alternative clean energy alternatives and, things like that were kind of mentioned, composting, recycling ideas. I mean, I realize with the change that you've done, you're just a single owner now, so maybe some of those things don't apply anymore.
I can speak to some of that. When the Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan was originally written, there was a lot of planning direction towards eco-industrial sites that included water reuse, bioswales for stormwater retention, and a number of passive solar and joint shared deep district energy considerations. But none of that has come to fruition. And it's not because it's Foothills County, it's because those ideas are bonkers in Alberta. We know that bioswales don't work here because of the freeze thaw condition. We have a requirement for a fire hydrant under the code. So we have fire hydrants on structures this large. We can't optimally reuse stormwater. We don't have a necessity to reuse it. And the problem with the plumbing code is we can't reuse it in a building envelope to flush a toilet. So there hasn't been enough innovation on the code side to incorporate some of these things. And some of the other things don't really work in practical application where we thought they may work in theory, but that goes back quite a way.
Right. I love the way you're integrating the prairie style rural, facade. I love that with the wood. So is that just a facade though? Just kind of like, it doesn't go all the way around every single building, or just kind of in the front of the main one?
Hi, I'm Spencer Purdy. I'm the architect. I'm happy to speak to that here. So that actually isn't wood, that's Corten steel. So it kind of is reminiscent of wood, but it's adhering to kind of the industrial nature of kind of marrying the rural nature of southern Alberta with this industrial capacity of this site. And so that is the kind of facade articulation that we've done on the front of the buildings. And the way it's sort of designed is that that cortan sort of disintegrates as you go down the edge of the building. And so kind of maintaining along Fieldhouse Road that articulation. And then as you kind of get further back into the site, that tends to disintegrate down the facades of the building towards the back.
Good. Yeah, that helps clarify that. So I'll just jump back a little bit to my previous question there. I always just feel like it's very sad when we lose any kind of agricultural land. And I appreciate that this is kind of being lost to help agriculture. So, that kind of sweetens it a little bit for me. But, as a kind of environmentalist at heart myself and a lover of wildlife, I always kind of try to think of how, we can't just lose everything rural about this. So I don't know if you've ever heard about a hibernaculum, but I think that's the word. It's a house for bats. It's a big house. As opposed to little houses, which are great too. But anyways, I just wondered if you'd ever entertain kind of, hosting some wildlife into your designs, and trees also. The type of trees that you plant can also be very helpful to birds and other small species. So that's kind of my plea for the natural environment there.
Maybe we can put that into the building line, hibernaculum. Could be a new. Yeah, it's a new opportunity for the line. Actually, we looked into that because you've mentioned it more than once. And we actually have tried to figure out how they work and where they work and where the bat populations are and are not. And there's not enough barn out here for bat. So we're not seeing bats here. We do see them closer to Dunbo and we see them on 552, but there's not enough, like there's a whole bunch of busy going on here. There's not a loft or a rafter or anything for them to hang out with now. And there isn't a tree on this site today. So we are trying to essentially landscape and improve and provide a nicer environment for everyone to enjoy.
Goes like, if you build it, they will come. So maybe if you build the hibernaculum, maybe the bats will come. They eat lots of insects, don't forget. They're very, eco-friendly creatures. So.
Councillor McHugh. And don't worry, this list just keeps adding to it as long as it goes down. So we'll just keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to the applicant's agent, I'm sure you'll direct appropriately, but the problem is as you get older, the more I blow up this on my screen, the fuzzier the lettering gets. So can't read it even if I blow it up. Let's just start with, yes, I like that one, but was it page 13? If we go with the IBP yard, just help me with the acronyms, IBP yard and a little description of what goes on there, and PFA yard acronym there and what kind of goes on there. What I'm really trying to get to is how the outdoor storage is going to work. And when I look at that picture, it looks to me like there will be no outdoor storage, and then the lumber would probably be stored in those sheds in the back, I'm guessing. And so that would be question one.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McHugh. So I will ask Mr. Meyer to address that. And just for council's, just so because we're flipping back and forth, the PFA yard is gravel and is behind the manufacturing office. The IBP yard is a gravel and behind the future warehouse. And I'll let Mr. Meyer speak to what goes on there.
To Councillor McHugh. The PFA stands for Post Frame Advantage. That would be my team, and the IBP stands for Integrity Building Products, which is my brother's team, and we're in competition against each other at all times. So that's why we split the yards to see who has the most finished goods in each one of them. So the Post Frame Advantage side of it is where we take the kits, put them together, and then we'll ship them out to ag sites. And the IBP yard is where we put the kits together to ship them to residential lots. So it's a different team that puts the packages on the trucks, and different types of equipment that will haul them up and down the highway. So usually it'll be either the long haul drivers for Post Frame Advantage and the short haul drivers for the IBP yards.
Okay, so specifically then is that everything's constructed inside. So what we're seeing on this diagram, that is the outdoor storage of lumber in this generated photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then when we, the internal road, the approaches look going in, look like they're extremely well constructed. And it looks like the way you have on the one diagram with the semi-stacked, it looks like your own internal roads are constructed to a width of, I'm guessing 10 meters, 12.8. So the problem with going up to the field house is we've got an 8-meter top, and this isn't really an integrity issue. So I'm just throwing this out here. So it's the movement of the semis in and out. And I think the problem we're going to have to solve here is how do we get Fieldhouse Drive built to the appropriate standard? 8 meters is going to be a real tough obstacle here when you have people racing back and forth to the field house and not really paying attention. Absolutely no problem. The Highway 7 chunk, as indicated, is pretty conducive to facilitating semis moving in and out. And so anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. It's a bit of a bone of contention is the Fieldhouse Drive being constructed to 8 meters. I wanted to go back to the stormwater, the OLF, I believe was what was described as the outlet, because I'm just wondering how both these stormwater ponds work in conjunction together. There's the field houses, then there's this proposed one. And sorry, I didn't catch where the outlet is for both of these ponds, and are they connected?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Jay Sheen to speak to the storm. And I apologize, Councillor McHugh. I don't understand the Fieldhouse Drive question. It's constructed to 8-meter driving surface with 130 ACP? Or
well, I believe it's all I could get from the diagram is that Fieldhouse Drive has an 8-meter top on it. And I just know from driving in and out on Fieldhouse Drive that it can be tight at times if you're passing people. So this is not really, I'm just saying that it's a little bit of a concern in my mind.
Thank you. We hadn't heard that one previously. We assumed, maybe incorrectly, that road was built to county standard and width and has the right pavement on it. So you can look at that.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying for what's being contemplated here, it could actually be a concern that it's too narrow for the traffic contemplated with B trains and semis going in and out. I see no problem with your application. Your internal roads are 12.8 and the Fieldhouse Drive is not 12.8 wide.
Thank you. I didn't quite track what you're saying.
Thanks.
Please, Jay, if you don't mind.
Christy, do you want me to respond on that? So yeah, so a standard 8-meter pavement allows for 2 3.5-meter lanes and a 0.5-meter shoulder. And so a 3.5-meter lane is the standard width for a larger vehicle, i.e. the trucks and whatnot. So while it may feel like that road is smaller than it needs to be. It does meet the county standard, it does meet industry standard for a 3.5 meter lane with a 0.5 meter shoulder on the side. And for the volumes that we're anticipating there being less than 10,000 vehicles a day, much less than that, which is the threshold for that type of road, it is the correct width, it is the correct standard for the type of traffic that is anticipated in that area.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, the stormwater pond for the field house is not connected to ours in any way. The one on the site that's shown on the integrity site currently is a standalone pond that will take stormwater from the north side of Fieldhouse Drive as well as the integrity site. And that discharge is into the roadside ditch of Fieldhouse Drive at a controlled rate. So there's a inlet control device in the release structure that does not allow water to flow into the ditch. During big rain events, it is always at a controlled rate, so the ditch is kept from flooding.
If you got follow-up, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. So early on, it was, sorry, you mentioned that there might be an issue with contributions, that you made contributions in good faith in it. And I just wanted a little bit more elaboration on that. Is there an ask here from the municipality that was disagreed to, or?
No, I don't think so. I think, we were sitting here and Ms. Chipche said that sanitary line was put in by the county, and it wasn't. It was built by Mr. McCowan. So we're not looking for any assistance from the county in this in any way. I think it's important, though, that the county understand that 64th is not intended to be constructed until we get some action on this highway commercial, and that is the trigger. And you will have an opportunity either at a subdivision or development permit stage to tag Mr. McCowan with the construction of that road. This isn't the time for that because we really don't know what's coming on that highway commercial site. You want to talk a bit more, Glenn, about that?
I think it just goes to that we have been 15 years here since the construction of the field house without being able to advance our development because of constraints that have been in place. We, at the time of construction, as I indicated, thought we were essentially starting a partnership, signed an agreement that said it was going to be a cost sharing to service both sets of lands. That is not what happened. So we just are looking that in contemplation of the continued investment that the MD or the county does do with infrastructure, that we are being treated appropriately with what truly the benefit we receive from that service agreement is, and that we will pay our appropriate share going forward with regards to the future investments. We're not looking for any freebies or anything like that. We just want to ensure that all aspects are taken into account here. One of the things that happened with that is we actually dedicated the full road there as well. So we got no credit for any of the road that was actually dedicated there. We could have said, county, you got to buy your portion of the road too, and we didn't do that. So.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. I had three questions, I guess, to Ms. Bunder. When you were talking about business park versus the previously contemplated general industry, I think I heard you say that the benefit of business park is that the manufacturing and processing must be indoors. So I heard that correct. Can you? I don't see that in the documents. Can you explain that?
Well,
where you're coming
that's what we've stated in our master site development plan, that all of the manufacturing will occur indoors.
Okay.
But general industry allows for a greater extent of manufacturing. It's a heavy industry allowance, and it does allow for outdoor manufacturing and processing. That is not what this is.
Okay. Okay, that explains that. The storm pond, is this something water would come in and go out, or is there always gonna be water in there?
It's a wet pond design. So my understanding is it would always have water in it, and it is designed to have a high water level. Correct? Yeah.
And algae plans, is it going to be covered in algae, or what's the? expectation there?
This isn't a very large pond. You do see that sometimes with really large stormwater facilities that you do see some algae growth around it. This, in comparison to a lot of the ones in the Calgary region, is not really that big. Fluctuating water levels help with that, but also ponds naturalize over time, and anything around the edges that grows helps to control and eat some of that algae. So we don't anticipate that being an issue on this one.
Okay. Finally, I want to talk about offsite levy and cost contribution. There was on page 84 of our agenda, there was some comments about that. And the response back, so this is about 2/3 of the way down the page of page 84. Ms. Bunder, you or some of your team had said, we do not agree that servicing cost contribution agreement between 710, 716 and the MD should apply, and that this agreement should be replaced with a more appropriate offsite levy. So we've given first reading to our offsite levy, and my understanding is that this property would be subject to that. So you're saying that would be the appropriate mechanism, would be our offsite levy once we get it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as I recall, when we did the Western Gateway Business Park, it was subject to the same cost contribution agreement. However, the offsite levies make more sense based on where we are today versus a 15-year-old cost contribution agreement. So what we would like to do is replace the cost contribution agreement with the offsite levy and work with you, the county, on what is included and what is excluded because of the specific circumstances and nature of how this parcel was developed over time. The cost contribution agreement is somewhat punitive to the applicant here, and it's interest has an interest clock, and it's a crazy amount of money. The better and more appropriate way of doing it would be through the offsite levy, and it would be fair and appropriate to everyone who is in the corridor doing business, which is a much better scenario. What we haven't been able to do is sell anything here because of the cost contribution agreement, and we really, it's mystery to the real estate agents and to the buyers as to what is really required in terms of a cost. And the interest has an interest calculation that runs and runs and runs, and it's an unending weirdness with that agreement. I know that Ryan could probably speak to it. He was involved with Mr. Pettigrew at the time, but it's just not a good way to address the needs of the site and to get the developer to actually pay for what their development benefits from. So looking forward to seeing what that levy looks like, because the cost contribution agreement only talks about what we've done here versus what is required to be done in the balance of the corridor and making contributions towards that.
Okay. I guess I'm not understanding what the cost contribution agreement really is. I didn't see that in our package. I don't understand.
The old one. I think Glenn can speak to it.
It's an agreement that actually is under caveat, and so it's essentially, if you pull the title, you can pull the document. So, it was interesting when I read the staff report that Mrs. Chip Chase put together. She indicates in there that there is a restriction on the amount of the water that was to be provided under it. I've reread that agreement 3 times since I read the staff report, and there is in no way in there a restriction that I could see on the amount of water. What it talks about is that should the agreement was that should the developer go first, they will develop it to municipal standards, and the municipality will share in some of the costs. Should the municipality go first, they will develop certain items and that to the servicing standards required for the property, and we will share in the costs. And there is an interest component. I think, thankfully, actually, it is not a continuing interest component. There was a cap on the number of years, but it still goes to that when we move forward through this process on further developing the lands, constraints did get put in place on us on things like water usage. There was a choice as to whether to build Fieldhouse Drive or the access out to 64th Street. Like I said, the municipality chose to do Fieldhouse Drive. And the traffic in the area, as you're seeing by the TIA, is not being generated by our site. It's being generated by outside sites. So it's factors like that where we go to, we're now 15 years later dealing with water infrastructure coming in place, sewer infrastructure coming in place, which the county is sitting and looking at putting an offsite levy on across the board. And we feel that's a much better way to deal with this than going back to this old agreement that hasn't helped anybody.
Go ahead, CAO Payne.
So I was waiting patiently for this confusion to arise, and here we are. So there is a cost contribution registered on the title of the property in front of council today. That was registered some time ago. I believe the date of the agreement would be 2011, somewhere in there, late 2011, early 2012. And that's right, there is an interest component to it, but that interest component runs out after a 5-year period. So it's, yeah, it would be accrued annually, compounded annually, I guess, up until that end of the 5th year of the agreement. But for council, to me, they're really two separate things. So in the cost contribution agreement, the intent of that agreement was that we were looking at a bare parcel of land. Foothills County was in a purchase agreement with the property owner here today for land for the field house. It was around 50 acres that we were purchasing. And it was acknowledged by all parties, including the property owner to the east of this application, that it was all bare land and it was undeveloped at the time. And so somebody was going to go first with their development. That could have been the municipality, or it could have been the 2 other landowners that were part of the deal. So the way the agreement was laid out was really a fair agreement with all 3 parties involved. And it indicated that whoever developed first was responsible to develop what the agreement references as municipal improvements. That included intersection upgrades at the intersection of Fieldhouse Drive and Highway 2A and 7. It included the internal road that's there today, as well as the water line, the pump station, and then it contemplated sewer line. The wastewater line, that's correct, it was paid for separately by the numbered company and done on their property using the county and the town of Okotoks contractor at the time who did all of the municipal improvement work. In the very back of the agreement, there's a schedule that breaks down the cost share, and it's really based on a percentage of land ownership as a proportionate share of those municipal improvement costs. So to me, those are on-site costs. Those are costs that were required to bring basic services and access to the property so that the properties could then develop. Hence why the formula in that agreement was signed off by all parties, and we're all responsible for our proportionate share of that infrastructure to service the site. The offsite levy bylaw is something different. That's something that Director Hemingway could speak to. It's got first reading, and it's intended to provide a cost contribution to services offsite that benefit those who are using them. Trying to keep it really simple, but if there are questions, please do
That, I
ask.
think, is correct. I just want to avoid double dipping. So as you know, we have the signalized intersection in that agreement, and it's probably also Highway 7 improvements in the the offsite levy, but I haven't seen it. So I don't know. I haven't seen what your offsite levy does include or does not include. I agree with you on the onsite costs. The concern is, are we going to get double dipped for the intersection? And that's really, this is development agreement stuff. This is not land use stuff. But this is why we wanted to make sure that we've at least had an open, transparent conversation with you about it.
Okay, thank you. Director Hemingway, you've been so patient.
I actually want to talk.
Turn your microphone on, please.
I actually want to talk about the highway commercial. I think that's much more interesting. Though as council is aware, we don't have a lot of developed highway commercial property in the county. And you should know this is intended, the purpose and intent of the land use district is to provide services to the traveling public and tourists include businesses that require a high degree of visibility and ease of access to transportation routes. So we're talking fast food restaurants, we're talking hotels, we're talking even car dealerships, truck washes, convenience stores, restaurants, all sorts of business activities where people come really quick and leave really quick. There's just a lot of traffic associated with these things. And I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be a great location for this. I'm a little bit concerned about Fieldhouse Drive, similar to Council McHugh, because I'm up at the Fieldhouse quite regularly. There'll be 700 people there on a weekend at a tournament. And I regularly see kids try to walk down Fieldhouse Drive to go to A&W, cross that intersection. And I'm like, this is not okay. And they won't have to do that if we have an A&W or a Tim Hortons or a McDonald's in this site. So pathways, I think, are really important. But my question to the applicant and perhaps to the transportation expert specifically, Fieldhouse Drive itself seems quite narrow when you drive on it, but it has nothing for shoulders and it dives into deep ditches on either side. There is nowhere to walk on that road, particularly if there's two cars. So from a pedestrian standpoint, which I would expect to be a very unique situation in Foothills County with this recreational facility, is that there's a requirement for pedestrian safety associated with this. What would you suggest could be done to Fieldhouse Drive to ensure that pedestrian use of it is appropriate and safe
All right.
in winter? It's a hill. And, you know, just to note, I do spend a lot of time up north of Glenmore on 52nd, where the Calgary soccer facility is. And kids go to the McDonald's across 52nd and the Tim Hortons, and they have big, wide sidewalks everywhere. So there's massive industrial traffic. It's very organized, but the sidewalks make all the difference there. Can you help me understand how Fieldhouse Drive is going to operate from a pedestrian standpoint?
All right. So through to Director Hemingway, an 8-meter road is not designed for pedestrians. It's the classification within the county standard is for industrial commercial. It is for vehicles. If the county has a desire to provide a connectivity for pedestrians from the field house to other uses, then a separate walkway would be the appropriate answer from a straight up from an infrastructure perspective. So we note that there are future roads pathways anticipated for the area, but as you note, they're not there today. If pedestrian safety is of high concern to the council, then there are several long and short-term options that could be implemented. One would be to basically stripe it so you had a meter for pedestrians and then 2 3.5-meter lanes with no shoulder, not great for vehicles, and then you'd put some kind of a barrier, like little flexible bollards or whatnot, to differentiate that. That's one use. I wouldn't say that's a great use. What really needs to happen is that there needs to be a separate infrastructure, because an 8-meter pavement is not for pedestrians. It's for cars, it's for vehicles. So when the original work was done and it was all about vehicles with a potential future pathway, those decisions were made back then, but that an 8-meter is not suitable for lots of pedestrians trying to get to somewhere else. So the question then would be, right, within the existing right of way, because it is a rural cross section with swales. So getting a space for a pathway would be on the other side of the swales at some point. So the question is, where does that come in? How does that get built? All kinds of stuff. But if council is seeing a lot of concerns with pedestrians walking along that road, then that's a completely different question to, can the trucks that are going to be associated with this proposed development get in and out on these existing roads? That's a very different question.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Director Hemingway, through the Reeve. In order to address that, I can tell you that right now, it's hard given that we don't know the lot configuration of the highway commercial at this stage. But what we can put in place is we can say that we will either ensure that those highway commercial lots along Fieldhouse Drive will be required to put a sidewalk along the perimeter of that, if that's the best way to accommodate this. Or, and as we've tried to indicate is that we're going to try and put an internal pedestrian movement through the highway commercial that will connect to the ultimate regional pathway system to allow the connection to that to Fieldhouse Drive. So we're willing to accommodate pedestrian movement within the plan. It's just hard in an overall concept plan like this to exactly show the location and the ultimate build out of it.
Just in response to that, I appreciate the responses. Thank you very much. You know, we are talking in great detail regarding the Integrity Post site, and it's not illustrating any pedestrian access across the frontage of it. So it's negating that occurrence happening now. So I would say we've kind of moved beyond just conceptual planning and big land use blocks. And while I can understand that you don't necessarily want to encourage pedestrian traffic on the north side adjacent to that site, it may well be the best location to get up and down Fieldhouse Drive versus the south side of Fieldhouse site versus the north side of Fieldhouse site. I'm not sure. But if, you know, the goal is to generally put it on the south side of Fieldhouse Drive, north side, sorry, somehow this one really screws me up. On the highway commercial.
I have the same problem.
North side, yeah. On the north side of Fieldhouse Drive, to have a pedestrian pathway that's a functional pathway that keeps them off the shoulders and works. How do you get to the Alderside Petro-Canada? Like, you're still going to have to deal with that intersection.
I think through the Reeves, Director Hemingway, I think that we understand there is conflict throughout this in terms of traffic and pedestrian movement. We have employed the traffic engineers to deal with the traffic side of things. We're willing to work on the pedestrian side of things, because I'm not sure that the south side pathway is actually where you want to go, given if the innovation place is the approved. There's other conflicts between big trucks and pedestrians. So, so that's why we believe the north side actually works. I think, you know, controlling the movement elsewhere helps to do that and move the pedestrian through the north side of the property, as we've indicated. And we will work with the county as to what the best way to do that is.
Let's go to Dennis.
Okay, go ahead. I don't think we got your name earlier, so if you can just.
My name's Dennis Ingles, and I'm with Glenn McCowan. Just to answer through the chair to Heather Emily. Well, what we propose here is, like we do in most of our commercial centers, is we'll have a regional pathway system. We'll put that on the north side, because we don't want people, actually, to be honest with you, I don't want people crossing over the railway tracks to go to Alderside. We put highway commercial here for the fact that we want those kinds of uses close to the field house. But we will insist that we put, I call it a regional pathway, 6-meter regional pathway on the north side of Fieldhouse Drive on our property, because we know that what you've alluded to earlier with the swale on one side, if we keep all the traffic on the north side of Fieldhouse Drive, that will provide a better continuity than we would if we had it on the south. So we're willing to, you know, do that or condition that such as part of our land use. But I do echo that pedestrian traffic is of concern when you have that many people at Fieldhouse on a regular basis. So to satisfy that, if we were to put in a regional pathway system east-west, north-side, I think that would satisfy, because then that would give the pedestrians the ability to cross over from the Fieldhouse, get to the north side of Fieldhouse Drive, and then access anywhere in that future highway commercial area. I hope that helps.
Okay, before we go to the second round of questions, we've been at it for 2 hours. I think let's take a short break and we'll resume. up on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the chair to the landowner, Mr. McCowan. The highway commercial zone there is separated from the highway by a couple of residences, couple of CRs. Has there been efforts to talk to them and acquire those lands? And how did that go?
Yes, there has. The highway commercial property directly north that constituted the original quarter section there. I had discussions with the original landowner on that was in place when we did the ACP. The difficulty on that is he has, there's a significant residential house and a large shop that he values as much as the land itself, and so it's hard to work out a deal to make any sense on acquiring that. Having said that, he sold that property to the current owner, who is now operating a commercial motorcycle repair shop out of the shop. And when we had the discussion, he says, "How can I turn mine into highway commercial as well?" And I said, "Well, there's a process that you have to go through, and you know, like me, you could take maybe up to 15 years to get through that process." But we've had discussions. I believe he actually did a written submission to the council for this. One item he addressed was the height restriction, not understanding that it doesn't apply to the lands adjacent to him, that it's only on the south, the lands, the business park district, not the lands adjacent to his property. Secondly, he raised concerns with regards to, during the construction process, appropriate fencing and screening. And I previously had a discussion with him, addressed that at the time of construction, we would of course take appropriate steps to mitigate any kind of construction concern that we have. He has not in any way indicated that he's got any issue with the actual use of the lands. The lands directly north of him, we have never had any particular discussions with them. My understanding is there was a trucking company that was operating at some point in time there. But given that we would be separated by that other parcel, it doesn't really make sense to acquire that as well. So.
Thank you. Just one more. Highway 64 going on to Highway 7. That would have to be a provincial project to put lights there, would it not?
It would need to be constructed to provincial standard, but the province likes to make everyone else pay for it, so probably not.
So we'd pay for it on the provincial road.
Somebody pays for it.
Yeah, well, us as a group, I guess. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. One more time back to this diagram, which we have up in front of us here, to the intersection of the drive with 7 and 2A, that being the pedestrian crossing. And if you see in our agenda package, we have on 86, we have a bullet point from our Public Works to address pathway. You've heard that already, and that being at that crossing section. So if any of you have ever seen a pedestrian crossing at a traffic circle and how fun that is to come out of a traffic circle to a sudden pedestrian on the end of it and not want to be rear-ended in a traffic circle, this reminds me of that level of stress, that it could happen at any point on this particular spot, that there might be a crossing and it would be so much is going on at that intersection that it's a severe hazard. So it's been indicated by a number of people. It's a condition in the staff report too on page 88. And so I guess I'm just drawing attention to that I don't know what the solution is. Maybe it doesn't come to that location. Maybe that location changes for where the pathway intersects on that particular road stub there. They're calling it a stub, but it's really, I don't know what the solution is. You did ask us for comments on all of this, but it just reminds me, and many of us have used this. We come in that route quite often or go to the field house, or for whatever reason, we're in the area. So we see it performing. And then depending on the the scenario, the season, there's a lot of stuff going on there. So just a concern where we put, and I think even when we talked about the other application to the east, we were concerned about even putting pedestrian at all. So we were concerned with the idea of drawing people out when you know there's been fatalities from cyclists on Highway 7, and then drawing people into this notion that they could start having this as a nice little pathway, a calm little pathway, when there's nothing near calm about that stretch of road. So I don't know how you're being asked to plan it, but I certainly don't know where the right answer is to how we can safely integrate this. And maybe it's just in the site as opposed to some overarching regional solution. So there's just those are just some thoughts on how we might prevent something from happening.
And I don't think you'll find disagreement from us, but we had to follow the ASP, which says there's a regional pathway on the perimeter of these lands from here to High River and connecting here, High River and Okotoks. It's notional, but it is there in the ASP. So, you know, we don't follow the ASP, we get in trouble. We do follow it, we get in trouble. So what we'd like to see, obviously, ideally, is closed circuit pathways around amenities, and not regional links, particularly industrial areas. So this is a closed circuit pathway, around an amenity. You know, Director Hemingway and I were discussing if this ever gets constructed through here. And this is a weird little road dedication. Ideally, what we'd want to see is that there's internal circulation in the highway commercial areas linked to the field house. The problem is, unlike the business park site, we don't have a user yet. And I actually don't know if this would be 3 huge parcels or 16 smaller parcels, if we'd have a hotel or a Costco. Like, we won't get a Costco because there's one there, but something like that is 13 acres. So the end user will determine, I think, at the development permit stage, how this commercial site evolves. At the land use stage, it's a little high level. Like, we can notionally show pathways and that we understand some connections should occur. However, and we've talked about it, is it the right thing to do to drive people this way? Probably not. The regional pathway probably should have been on the other side of the 2A, where it makes a little more sense, but then you're crossing natural features and you're going through the hamlet. It's almost a retrofit. If the CP line ever ends to Cargill, it's as far south as it goes, that CP line is a pathway in the town of Okotoks today, High River, and it is taken out from Cargill south. So that could be a repurposed pathway in the long range, provided CP decides they're not running trains down there anymore. As it is, it's low utilization. If we get a spur line user in there, it might change. Like, there's just no opportunities that are solid in the future for a regional alignment that would work. So internalizing the amenity spaces, internalizing the pathway systems, Director Hemingway is absolutely correct in terms of wanting to get restaurants and fast food service and hotel so that you can support the regional field house compatibly, have a tournament and have them stay at the hotel across the street and get dinner at the Moxies or the Earls or whatever might be there. That's the master plan. That's the big picture thinking. Typically, when we do high commercial use in the urban context, we're required to show parking, pathway, pedestrian refuge, speed bumps on the internal roads, mitigating factors. It's just very hard to do at this stage. I think once we get to the development permit stage and we know what that end user is, as Mr. McCowan has said, like, we're happy to put a sidewalk on the north side of Fieldhouse Drive and link it through there and link these amenities and make sure that the public using the Fieldhouse can get to them safely. But the larger question, I think, resides with council, because the regional pathway is in the ASP and you can change it, but I can't. And that would be my response.
And you noted the road allowance idea, maybe as an alternative route, which would then take it away from the highway, which is another option as well. But that's again a council decision.
That's correct. Yeah.
But it's interesting to have the dialogue, because you've seen us draw attention to it, trying to put something back on you as developers, and that we could see something that could be in place, but then we can all decide, do we want to use it?
Yeah.
So at least there's some, it's in consideration, and then we can put some thought into it. Thank you for the conversation.
Okay. I don't see any more questions at this time, so we will now proceed to anybody in the public that wishes to speak. I believe I have Mr. Badkey. Did you wish to speak to the application today?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Reeve and councillors. My name is Jeff Badkey. I'm agent 4 and here on behalf of 803-969 Alberta Limited, owners of the adjacent Western Gateway lands and Western RV Country. They were unable to make it here themselves this afternoon, unfortunately. 803 generally supports the spirit of the redesignation application before council. However, they have significant concerns regarding the potential development of a large-scale manufacturing campus immediately adjacent to the regional field house and the developing Western Gateway Business Park. 803 recognizes that the business park development can accommodate a variety of employment, service, warehousing, light industrial, and compatible manufacturing uses. From their perspective, the concern is whether or not a large manufacturing operation involving substantial logistics activity, commercial trucking, loading areas, and large-scale production is an appropriate fit for this specific location. This area is evolving into an important gateway to Foothills County and the broader Highway 2A corridor. It contains recreational facilities, highway commercial uses, visitor-serving businesses, and planned business park development. This proposal would introduce a development form that is materially different from the business park, commercial, recreational, and visitor-oriented character emerging within this gateway of the area of the corridor. The regional field house is particularly of importance. Every day it attracts families, children, athletes, coaches, spectators, and large volumes of passenger vehicles. Introducing substantial tractor-trailer B-train traffic into the same immediate area raises legitimate concerns regarding traffic circulation, pedestrian conflict, truck turning movements, congestion, and public safety. While traffic studies may demonstrate roadway capacity, they do not always address the broader compatibility question in the scale proposed. By way of background, approximately 3 years ago, Integrity Building Products approached 803's ownership group regarding locating the same manufacturing campus within Western Gateway. At that time, the opportunity was declined because ownership did not believe the scale, operating characteristics, and anticipated level of truck and logistics activity associated with the proposed manufacturing operation were compatible with the long-term vision for this part of the corridor. That position remains unchanged today. The question before council is bigger than any single company. It's about what form of development best supports this emerging gateway area over the next several decades. 803 respectfully submits that commercial services, business park uses, eco-industrial uses, employment uses, recreational supporting development, and complementary commercial activity are more consistent with the planned character of this corridor than a single 43-acre manufacturing and logistics campus of the scale contemplated by this proposal. Accordingly, while 803 supports the broader redesignation of the subject lands, they respectfully ask council to consider whether or not intensive manufacturing uses of the scale are appropriate within this specific portion of the development area, and also ask that any approval appropriately addresses land use compatibility, traffic impacts, heavy truck movements, public safety, noise screening, and the overall aesthetic character of the important gateway corridor. 803 believes that there's an opportunity for thoughtful complementary development in this area that supports the field house, existing businesses, future commercial development, and the broader economic objectives of Foothills County. In their view, 43-acre manufacturing campus involving significant heavy equipment tractor-trailer activity does not represent that compatible development. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for that. Couple of questions for you with Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Backey, you sat with us for the last 2.5 hours and listened to the presentation here. Would you have any comments as to what you heard today to take back to 803 and alleviate some of the concerns that they have?
There's certainly a lot of discussion about screening and so on and so forth. I don't think that anything that I heard changes what they've told me their concerns are. The concern is on the scale of the proposal for the manufacturing campus.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay. And Mr. Badke, Western Gateway, refresh my memory, that received first reading to rezone to highway commercial, correct?
Highway commercial and business park, yes.
And business park.
Yes.
Okay.
Those uses are discretionary.
What section was highway commercial and what section was business park?
The frontage on the highway there is the highway commercial. So there's, if I recall without the plan right in front of me, there's the three acre lots along the very frontage. The rest is smaller 2 and 1 acre business park zoned lots.
Okay. And was there any site specific amendments to those zonings like we're looking at today?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see anything else for you, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, our page 71 of our agenda shows that.
Shows that. Okay. Okay. I don't see any other members of the public here. I don't have anybody else registered. So at this point, we will go to closing comments.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bunder, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to jump the gun there. Thank you for the hearing today. This has been a really good discussion. I really have appreciated the questions and the considerations of council. A couple of things with regard to the field house building itself. During the break, we reached out and confirmed that it's 14.5 meters high. Another consideration with regard to the staff report, and sorry, I just had the page in front of me and I lost it. I just want to go through the proposed conditions of first reading, if I may. Did I flip it upside down?
Page 88 I have.
I don't have your page numbers, unfortunately. I think I flipped it when I was throwing. Thank you for that, Grant. Okay. Condition number 1, the applicant is to provide the anticipated potable water demands, wastewater generation, and water capacity for firefighting purposes. That has been submitted and is contained within the April 17th, 2025 servicing report. And the Public Works comments suggest that it was received and we have assumed the correct volumes. So I'm not sure about that one. A revised traffic impact assessment to address the pedestrian crossing at 7 and Fieldhouse. That is, I think, jointly the responsibility of Western Gateway and this particular project. I think because that crossing is on Western Gateway's property, not this one. And I also think this is part of a larger conversation with regard to what that intersection may look like and if we even want a crossing there at all. So I don't know how to satisfy that condition, in fact, particularly when we've had this sort of very long discussion about what's in the best interest of the public safety and where the pathway should or shouldn't be. And that could be a development permit discussion. I don't necessarily think it needs to be in a TIA. We can resolve these things at the detailed planning and design stage. An updated wetland impact assessment, which is number 3. That one took us aback. We've had this application in for months and months and months, and we were told that there's 2 wetlands on this property. We had a look at GeoDiscover. There are no identified wetlands on this property, as council may recall. A wetland inventory assessment was undertaken on the Western Gateway side with WAIR report for wetland replacement compensation values. Had that been the same condition here, I would have had that report done. That is not the condition here. This has been hayed. You can see that there's been haying over those low-lying areas, and I don't believe these are wetlands, so I would challenge that request. With the rest of it, we're extremely pleased to make the conditions. It looks like the development agreement has been punted to the subdivision stage, which is great. And we have a DP in and we're ready to go. Outside of that, I believe we have addressed the majority of the concerns raised by 803-969. We've talked about land use. We're not proposing a land use any different than what was achieved in the Western Gateway Business Park. And Western Gateway has 48 lots, either highway, commercial, or business park. And they can't accommodate a large format business like this. And they wouldn't. They said no. That doesn't mean that other properties in the county can't, and this one can. We've got exactly the right parcel size. It is the right location. It is in Foothills County, and that's extremely important because you could lose this to Okotoks, who's been courting integrity hard. Mr. Meyer is extremely loyal to Foothills County and wants very much to be in Foothills County, have his business in Foothills County, and his 250 employees are residents of the region, and they would like to stay in the county. So we are really making a concerted effort to get this use here. And part of the reason for our adjournment request was a misalignment we felt potentially with the zoning with general industrial. And I did that twice, as council may recall. I went with a general industrial in the hamlet instead of an industrial edge. And here I went with general industrial instead of business park. And we backed away from general industrial after we heard what Mr. Urban's concerns were. So we have no different an approval than him. He has smaller lots, which is why he had no site-specific amendments. We don't know who his end users are. And with 48 lots and site-specific amendments like that, it's a pretty open door for the uses on those smaller lots to proceed. In this case, on the business park lot, we know exactly what we want to put there. We know exactly what sort of development permit we're making because it's been made. And we know exactly what site-specific amendments we're asking for to accommodate the future of this building, this business, and it wants to grow as the county grows. As Jerry said, I've grown with you. He wants to grow here. He wants to be a big part of the county, and no better a person, honestly, to do that here. Land use, I've addressed compatibility. I've addressed, I don't see how this storage yard is any different than his storage yard. It's designed very similarly. His is full of RVs. Ours will be different. It will be full of covered lumber, and it will not be staying there very long. We have done a traffic impact assessment. I've had Mr. Dunn come in and talk to you about swept path, about stacking, about issues that we perceive to be mitigated with the site traffic and the large vehicles. We have talked about what competing traffic is and is not in here with the use of the regional field house versus the use of the integrity site. So I think we've addressed it all. Landscaping, we love the trees. We'll add the trees. There's a full perimeter of trees, and they will be not the same tree. They will be all different, and they will look beautiful. I can guarantee it, just knowing what Jerry's done in the past. And the forklifts and tractor trailer traffic, I think we've addressed, and we've talked about mitigating the noise from this site. And we are not allowed to have noise emanate from the boundary of the property under the land use bylaw, nor dust, nor smoke, but there won't be any. We've considered all of that, and all of our industrial manufacturing is indoors. So I feel like this adjournment request that we made was intentional. It was intended to address a lot of these concerns we were hearing. It's cost us, hopefully not the entire construction season. I'm hoping I can get grading done here in the fall, but it's cost us a lot. And we dialed this back considerably to address those concerns. And I think we've done so appropriately. I think that ends my close. How about you, Mr. McCallum?
I think you said it fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our close.
Okay, go to council administration. Any more questions at this time? Director Hemingway.
I just twigged what you said there. Is the plan to bring 250 employees to that site and park them all there?
Oh, not initially. we've shown the parking according to the land use bylaw and development permit. But I believe so. Go ahead, Jerry. I'll let Jerry speak to that.
To Heather. No, a large part of our 250 employees are rural. They build, so they're located from here to Winkler, Manitoba. So they're the actual on-site at our main location. We've got about 40 office staff there. And then at the IBC location, which is in Warner Business Park, we have approximately about 60 to 70. That would be probably the on-site portion. Obviously, the goal would be to grow with the MD with that and hopefully not, cap it, but is to continue to employ as many people as we can figure out how to give jobs.
You can fit on that site because there's no bus. There's no transit to that site.
Okay. I don't see anything further. So we'll go at this point in time to our planning officer, Chip Chase. Any closing comments that you have?
I have nothing further at this time, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, thank you. Back to council one last time. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to engineer technologist Antle. Can you please confirm the right of way for Fieldhouse Drive? What is the right of way of Fieldhouse Drive?
Thank you for that, Councillor McHugh, and through the chair to the floor, it is a 30-meter right-of-way currently.
Okay, thank you for that. And on a 30-meter right-of-way, would it be possible to accommodate a turning lane within a 30-meter right-of-way on, and how many meters would be road surface would be required to do that?
So through the chair to Councillor McHugh, typically for that additional lane, 3.5 meters, given the existing ditches there, I would suggest that additional land would likely be required to accommodate a turning lane.
Thank you.
Director Hemingway.
Technologist Antle, there's been some discussion today that you may have heard that Alberta Transportation, that the TIA has already satisfied Alberta Transportation. Help me understand why Public Works is looking for revised traffic impact assessment regarding the pedestrian crossing at the intersection, but were you not also looking for some understanding of what the intersection at 7 and Fieldhouse Drive actually looks like, as opposed to having options? Can you just help us understand what you were looking for in that condition?
Thank you for that, Director Hemingway, and through the chair to the floor. So in terms of the updated traffic impact assessment, what we were looking for is the pedestrian crossing to be addressed. As well, in the body of the assessment, it was mentioned that there was options in terms of the intersection of this proposed site access and Fieldhouse Drive. In terms of the intersection configuration, whether that be a stop control or signal lights. However, there was no final recommendation made there. Also, with regards to the TIA, it has been revised since Public Works reviewed it with that latest revision indicating that it's been accepted by ATEX. So that's the reason for the discrepancy there.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, I will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberation and potential decision. You can also watch it online. On the YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all. And do we switch meetings? Okay, we'll take a short pause. Welcome back. Council, why don't we tend to this while it is fresh in our minds? As this is in Division 1, perhaps I'll get started with some comments. I had wrote down right at the very end, the applicant's agent talked about a condition related to wetland assessment. And I was going to ask where that came from because I do not see where that is. So I guess at the end of the day, when we're looking at the conditions, the decision and the conditions on page 87, 88, there is no condition related to wetland assessment. And should there be a need, I guess that would be an item for consideration as part of the development agreement or something down the line. So the application today, I'm generally in support of it. I wish that the business park user, the Integrity, would have looked a little farther south in the H2AI ASB area. Because when you get south into the general industry district area of that area structure plan, lots more flexibility, a lot more uses, and it gives significant room for growth, not just in terms of size, but specifically in terms of uses for an industrial thing. However, that is not the application in front of us today. It is redesignation to HC and business park, and with a couple other pieces. So I can support the redesignation. That looks good. In terms of the site-specific amendment, the building height, no concern there. The uses to permitted from discretionary. I'm just going to kind of talk on all of them. Business office, no concerns there. Retail store, no concerns there. Industry light, no concerns there. But I would key in on industry, manufacturing, processing, and outdoor storage. What we heard today was the immediate likely user of the property, but we do have to be mindful that we're dealing with land use, not development permit. Once we give land use to a permitted use, it opens it up for whoever may own it next or whatever may come next. And I think moving these two items into permitted use just opens it up a little bit too much for whatever else may come in the future. I think there needs to be some checks and balances in this area. If it was south further in the general industry area of the ASB, no concern. But up here, right next to the field house and some high-end commercial area, by making these permitted, I think opens it up just a little bit too much. That's the outdoor storage and the industrial manufacturing processing. Some questions about the MR. He's already contributed 7 point something or other acres. So I think that's in addition with the 2.7 with that other little piece. And if there needs to be a little touch up in terms of cash in lieu, I think that is sufficient. I don't think we need an additional lot because I think there's been already significant contributed that way. Couple of questions, I guess, in terms of traffic and pathways. I think there's a valid concern about walking on that Fieldhouse Drive and how do we deal with that, and additional concerns about the width of that road. If we're putting a whole bunch of heavy trucks, we may likely need a turning lane in the near future, or the future sometime down the road. If we're got a bunch of Super Bs coming in, lots of traffic going to Fieldhouse, and now we got a Tim Hortons and a hotel. So just planning for the future. So I guess to Director Hemingway, in terms of planning a walkway and where that would be, and in terms of should we need more space for turning lanes on Fieldhouse Drive, that would be dealt with at subdivision stage, or does that need to be contemplated today?
Well, I would suggest, because we have the subdivision stage will divide the parties. And the road is ours already. So Fieldhouse Drive is ours already. So I would request that council consider the design requirements of the roads, and at least from the information we know, from the users that we know, the design requirements for the roads and a conceptual design on the pathways is likely sufficient, because that is going to be located within the northern portion of the property, which is the highway commercial zoning. So if we have a conceptual design of a pathway / sidewalk, I'm fine with that. We'll deal with that as we go through the processes of subdivision and development with that land. But with land use contemplating any amendments or changes to the width necessary for Fieldhouse Drive, I would suggest that would have to be done at land use. And then ultimately done at subdivision, but designed at land use. Now, we don't know all the particular density of uses in the highway commercial lands, but the inclusion of 64th Street and just the limits on the size of the property, I believe it's very possible to ensure that that road, Fieldhouse Drive, at least up to the entrance of the Integrity Post site, could be sufficiently designed to ensure that traffic movements through there can accommodate large vehicles without too much concern. That should be done at this stage, sir.
Okay. Okay, I'll just leave that out there for now and look forward to hearing from fellow councillors. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So when you say it at this stage, are you talking today, or are we talking like before second, or
Before second.
before second, or between second and third? Yeah, okay. So we don't have to make the final decisions today. The pathway is an important part of this whole build, but not an integral part of today's discussion, I don't think. So I really like this. I'm, as I said to Mr. Myers, I'm excited that for him to get going on this and get out of that 338 Highway 2A or Highway 2 schmozzle of an area, and happy to see him incorporate everything into one location. So I think this is a pretty cool design. As usual, Ms. Bunder did a great job of laying this out, as well as Ms. Chip Chase. I appreciate that. I was hoping Mr. Backey was going to give a little bit more positivity about 803's concerns. I think what I read from the letter that's in our agenda or that was sent to us through email, and then hearing the presentation alleviated a lot of my concern. Yes, there's going to be a lot of truck traffic in there, but so is the Western Gateway, and so is Volker 7 across the road. I mean, this is an industrial corridor. Yes, it's at the northern end of it, and we're probably looking for more down in the southern part, but that's not where these folks are looking to develop. So I have no problem with what's going on here, and I'm happy to see some shovels get in the ground as soon as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had quite a few concerns about this prior to today's explanation and changes made. I as well would have liked to have seen it a little further south down the 2A, but it isn't, so it's here. I'm not as concerned now with the entrance onto where 7 and 2A meet. Looks like the studies have been done there, and it looks good. So I'm generally supportive of the thing, and yeah, that's it.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I'm generally supportive as well. And we just have to make sure what we heard today will actually take place. And so I know there's a development permit in place, and I might ask our Director Hemingway to make a comment on the proposal from what we've heard today to taking place. We have some recommended conditions, but also, for example, just ensuring the indoor manufacturing as just one item. Just there's numerous things here. How do we ensure through the development permit stage that will occur? It has been suggested to us also through the region whose division this is located, that we would do 3 out of the 5 requested. 2 would stay as discretionary. So that's one aspect. The other would be development permit and the proposed master site development plan. So would you please explain how we can ensure what we've heard today turns into the actual?
Tough to do. It really depends on.
Your mic is.
It really depends on if you write some language associated with this approval of the land use, and even as we go on to subdivision, a lot of it is faith in the applicant. I suggest if a use is permitted, we have very limited ability to condition that use. So that needs to be understood. If it's a discretionary use, we have the ability to condition that use. And we can condition industry manufacturing process to be 85% indoors or 90% indoors. But if there's language and a motion of council to direct that to occur, that helps us if we end up in an appeal situation. So there are opportunities to appeal a discretionary use either from the applicant or area landowners, wherein it ends up at the appeal board. But a master site development permit helps guide the development permit, but it doesn't have any sort of statutory standing in what we do. So the applicant will make development permits for phase development, and the master site development permit will help guide that. But it's been my experience and yours as well, is over a 5-year time period, things change. There's slight changes. There's always improvements that are made in technology and business processes. So I don't think the expectation is that that's exactly what will happen. And we have to really concentrate on what happens off-site at this stage. On-site, that really has to do with the land uses that are in place, and there has to be some understanding that if it's permitted, it's approved, and we can't condition it. So they'll if they are doing something that maybe is different than what was talked about today, it is permitted and I can't condition it. So business hours, operation, all those kinds of things can happen. If it's discretionary, we have a little bit of ability to condition those things, and of course that's an appeal opportunity for the applicant or the neighbors. But you know, the goal would be that the business is functional, is doing what they need to do, and is working in the parameters in which they've expressed to council today. But you know, I can't statutory it.
So just to clarify, would it be appropriate at this land use stage to put anything into a motion? Are you indicating that particulars can really come out in a development permit through the staff's intervention in this, since that they're going to be taking this over at that point?
Well, if
So
council is supporting a site-specific amendment and they want a specific use detailed and how it will occur, such as manufacturing or industry manufacturing and processing will occur indoors, then if that's a site-specific amendment, we have the ability to enforce that in a development permit. So it gives the applicant what they're looking for, and it gives you what you're looking for at that time.
So maybe I might check in with the councillor for the area in terms of achieving that, the intention of what was preferred. Because alternately, we rely on definitions, I believe, do we?
We do, and it doesn't specify it can't occur outdoors, and businesses have to have a little bit of flexibility. Sometimes things have to happen outside. So to state that at this point in time is probably not appropriate, although likely desirable by the applicant to move forward. There will be times when they need to do some manufacturing outside, even if it's just small scale.
So would percentages be appropriate at this stage then, or just waiting on that?
Be very difficult for us to enforce those.
Okay.
And you know, I don't even know if we'd want to trying to get to the weeds so much into somebody's business like that. Like I said, sometimes it's a process of faith.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just as the councillor, my thoughts on that are if we go to a discretionary use, I think that's all the checks and balances need. I don't know, we need to stipulate.
Gives us checks and balances. It doesn't give the applicant the surety he was looking for. Oh.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and speaking on faith, with business owners who've operated this business for as long as they have, And not that I know if there's been complaints or not, but I'll assume there haven't. It's nice to try and see them stay, and I'm in favor of keeping them here. I think their employees will contribute to the other business sectors, the commercial area that's proposed to be built there, and perhaps the businesses that will be in there. And I think I'm kind of going along with the discretionary use too, I think. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Vole.
Sure. Can we just discuss this further? And that is come to an understanding where, so we're looking at this potentially taking that out of the request for site-specific amendment for industrial manufacturing processing to put that back in or leave it as discretionary versus putting it into permitted. Would it be possible condition to have verbiage around that to bring it into permitted to achieve what you're hoping to achieve, or do you think it can only be achieved through putting it in discretionary? It allows for appeal as opposed to surety.
That's a question for me.
Yes, but for all of us to consider, really.
I guess, well, like I looked at, so the definition under a land use bylaw of manufacturing processing means development principally associated with manufacturing, assembling, fabrication, processing, research, testing activities without restricting the generality of the foregoing. Typical facilities would include plants involved in natural gas or its derivatives, pulp and paper products, stone, clay, glass, plastic, rubber, wood, metal products, cement, lime, and automotive assembly or fabrication. I just think that that's very, very broad.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So to add to that, should somebody else go into this space as industrial manufacturing processing as a permitted use, they still need a development permit to do that process. Correct? So we still have control on so do we still have the ability to say no if somebody else came in there and wanted to do an oil and gas plant or something?
If it's discretionary, yes.
Yes.
If it's permitted, no. We don't have the ability to refuse it.
Go ahead, Deputy Vole.
Can we permit just this use? Can we be that particular about what we approve? And just this
We didn't-
business, this
we don't
use?
have that defined, so.
And that's how our land use works.
They could be direct control and then it can come on into you and then, but that's not what was applied for. So,
Right, right.
otherwise you guys can, no appeal to a direct control development permit. Then you have direct control, but not under the business park district and you don't have that control. And, the part of the problem is the concept plan is so open-ended that it gives us nothing to fall back on as to what happens there. So you could rezone this first reading to direct control, but we would need a direct control district. It's like the red tape just grows after that point in time. I'm not worried. I'm just thinking that I would like to make sure the road is wide enough, can be built wider if necessary.
So let's come back to that road then. So if we had a condition to deal with that road widening to the satisfaction of Public Works, would that be a suitable condition?
I think we need an analysis of the width of the road from Highway 7 to, and I'm making the suggestion to the entrance of the manufacturing site, to just pass the entrance of the manufacturing site. So it's not necessarily analysis of the entire Fieldhouse Drive to ensure that the width or the right of way of the road, which is 30 meters already, and what improvements to the road may be necessary to accommodate this use. Now, the traffic impact expert has indicated there is none. So we may not find that there is any. I question it because it's pretty tight.
So to put that into a condition would be,
I would say a traffic impact assessment addressing the construction of Fieldhouse Drive from the intersection at Highway 7 to accommodate the traffic and potentially a pathway crossing to be provided for review.
Adjust number 2.
Yeah. And, you know, we can specify that the right of the status of Fieldhouse Drive or the construction of Fieldhouse Drive should only be reviewed as far north or as far as the entrance to the manufacturing facility, unless council wants to see it further.
okay. So we have that possible condition. Go ahead, Deputy Revol.
Is there another site-specific amendment that would be allowed to make this a particular development within the manufacturing, the industrial manufacturing processing? Is there anything, any other way we can go more specifically so we don't go by our definition?
Yeah, you can grant it a site-specific amendment so that the manufacturing processing is indoors only, but my concern is that some of it may be outside. And I think it's reasonable to allow for some flexibility for these businesses.
So I was just putting that out there to give surety to the applicant as opposed to us going with discretionary. So it's just a thought. Is there any way, since we were looking at this particular application and we were concerned about what might be other applications if this one falls through or something else changes, and we were to provide something, would there be anything that would provide surety for us and for the applicants in wording?
Well, permitted use is the applicant surety, and your language with respect to ensuring that manufacturing is mostly indoors. The majority of manufacturing occurs indoors.
So then you wouldn't have the plants that were listed in the definition, because that would be all.
As long as they're indoors.
In their interpretation of indoors,
I'm
right?
not too concerned about that, but.
Okay.
No. And outdoor storage is going to, you can remain as discretionary if you're more comfortable with that.
So if we left industrial manufacturing as it is discretionary, but then also added in permitted as long as it's indoors. Does that?
I would add it as permitted with the majority of it being indoors. Because that's the site specific.
And use the
amendment.
word majority. So what's a majority?
More than
Over
50%.
50%.
Yeah. But you can say with over 80% indoors. Nobody's going to enforce that. That's going to be impossible.
Yeah.
But what we're looking to achieve is this particular use and not the other ones listed in the definition. So if that is what we've seen today, we can't be sure of that.
I don't know how you do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Without going to direct control.
But the going to permitted with a majority of indoor, would that
More
be
than-
would that be satisfactory?
But we can manage that.
I just, already indoors, so 49% can be outdoors. And we've got a gas processing facility like is right across the road from Cargill, right?
Yeah.
I do think we're perhaps making too big of a deal of this.
Overthinking this.
Yeah, just leave it as discretionary and I mean, the current operator is looking to go there. He has a very strong reputation. We know it'll be done right. Anybody else? Or a motion? CAO Payne has a question.
Just have a question for council on the cost contribution agreement and where you'd like to see that dealt with. The the wording in the agreement itself sets a trigger that says it's the earlier of redesignation, subdivision, or development permit. So whatever comes to you first is the trigger for that. But in theory, would you require that the applicant pay the full amount to contribute to those municipal improvements that were discussed earlier all at once up front? Or would you defer that to subdivision and then that way they'd be on the hook for the portion being discussed just now, and then the remainder would come later on, either at subdivision or development, whatever council decides. But just wanted to know, or it could be a general condition that just says developer to address the obligations outlined in the agreement, and that would open it up to administration and the developer to have a discussion about options to deal with that, and that could come back to council prior to second and third reading for consideration separately.
I would think at subdivision stage. For with it, yeah. Okay. Do we need to put a condition in that regard? No.
Not if it sets up.
Okay. Okay. Everybody is so talkative, and I would look for a motion. So what I had recommended as the area councillor was approval of the redesignation with the site-specific amendment related to the building height and the site-specific amendment related to business office, retail store, and industry light. And then that added condition, TIA addressing cost of construction of Fieldhouse Drive, turning lanes, widening, and pathway. I didn't write that all down, but I think we got it. That's a revision of number 2. Okay. Would anybody like to give that motion or an alternative? Councillor Callister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you that motion.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further from anybody? All in favor? Motion carries. Hey, let's go. We probably need Mr. Director, or Deputy Director in for D1, do we?
Eat all the mosquitoes in the freaking stormwater.
Okay, while we wait for them, let's do accounts. Any comments, questions, or motion regarding accounts?
I had one quick question, accounts.
Go ahead, Councillor Callister.
29,500 to Dewin, or to Davisburg Community Association. Was that, what was that?
What's the number? What's the EFT?
Was it Dumbo Rec for the screens?
It was 29 something.
Was it?
Do you have the EFT number?
Hey?
Do you have the EFT number?
Yeah, it's,
They done something else.
0
Two.
33346.
45.
Sorry, 45.
Thanks, Teresa. You did a great job. Thanks.
33345, yeah.
Yeah, for tracking screens.
Got it. Thank you.
And was that the only one? So would that be a motion then, Councillor Callister, to approve the accounts?
Yeah, I'll give you that motion.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. And minutes from last week? Comments, questions, or motion? Motion from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. With that, let's go to D1, Municipal Affairs, Bill 23, Housing and Statutes Amendment Act, page 175. Welcome back, Deputy Director Granson and Planner Sadhu.
We just need a moment to set it up. Sorry.
Okay.
I can do my committee report. It's still never done.
Sure. While we're setting up, you want to go to your committee report? They must be quick.
I did Foothills Cemetery on Thursday, the 27th. This is a Zoom call, so I didn't have to go anywhere. Yeah, it was yeah, I think we made a couple motions. No one else was there, were they? Alan, you're not in that one. Where were you? Anyways, that's all I did. Oh,
Okay. Councillor Callister, you got committee reports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had no committees last week.
Nice quiet week. Councillor Alger.
Same with me, Mr. Chair. My committees have not kicked in yet. They're starting next week, so I had nothing. Thank you.
And Deputy Revol?
No committees, but one piece of information. Some might be interested in this new Alberta Conservation License Plate for $90 or donating to this organization so they would support conservation in Alberta. And the statement along with the rams on the imagery, it's wild, strong, free, I believe is what it says. Anyways, just saw a news item on that and it looks quite beautiful.
For myself, the only item I had this week was a meeting with Minister of Agriculture, ASBPC, just myself and RMA President Kara Westerland. So we talked about strychnine, what the future holds there, and talked about investment in value-added agriculture. So this was just an update after a roundtable that was held about a year ago. And that was the end of that conversation. 30 minutes goes by pretty quick. Are we set? Okay, with that, then let's go to our planners. Bill 28.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. Today, administration is providing an overview of Bill 28 and the implications for Foothills County's planning and development frameworks. The purpose of this presentation, along with the staff report, is to identify key legislative changes, highlight potential impacts to county operations and authority, and outline next steps for reviewing our land use bylaw and development approval process to comply with the amendments to the Municipal Government Act. Bill 28 received royal assent on May 14th, 2026. Several amendments are relevant to planning and development within Foothills County. Many changes establish new provincial regulation-making powers that could standardize municipal approval processes and potentially reduce local discretion. Administration reviewed Bill 28 and identified 5 primary areas that could affect municipal planning processes: land use bylaw provisions, and growth-related infrastructure funding. The remainder of the presentation briefly reviews each area and the potential implications for the county. Bill 28 establishes the primacy of provincial approvals for aggregate pits. Where a pit receives approval through the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, municipal plans, bylaws, permits, and approvals must align with that provincial approval. The county may only regulate matters not already addressed through the provincial process. This could have significant implications on how aggregate applications are reviewed and conditioned in the future. Council's ability to address local concerns may also be reduced. Bill 28 significantly expands provincial authority over the development permit process. Future regulations may prescribe application requirements, timelines, and procedural standards. Administration has already begun permit metrics and performance reporting as per MGA requirements. At this time, no immediate bylaw amendments are recommended until detailed provincial regulations are released. Bill 28 enables future use of automated approval systems and allows the province to require municipalities to implement them through regulation. The legislation also enables the creation of provincial community design codes that could supersede municipal standards. At this time, again, there are no implementing regulations, so administration recommends continued monitoring. The amendments also restrict certain costs from being recovered through offsite levies. While implementation details continue to be reviewed, these changes may reduce the amount of growth-related infrastructure costs that can be assigned to developers, potentially shifting strain to the municipal tax base. Administration anticipates future review of the county's offsite levy framework once additional information becomes available. So administration completed a preliminary review of the land use bylaw and identified areas requiring immediate consideration and areas that should continue to be monitored pending future regulations. Most immediate work relates to aggregate extraction and the implications of provincial approval authority. Administration proposes a staged approach. The focus will be on legislative review, monitoring, upcoming regulations, evaluating implications for aggregate related approvals, and preparing any necessary amendments for future council consideration. At this time, we are seeking council's direction to proceed with a detailed review of municipal planning documents, development approval processes, and land use bylaw provisions impacted by Bill 28. Following this review, administration would return to council with recommendations and any proposed amendments for consideration. Thank you. That's the end.
Thank you for that. We'll go to council for questions, comments. Councillor Callister.
Do we have any idea when these regulations are going to come?
Some through the chair to Councillor Callister. Some of them, they have received raw assent, but there is, we don't have dates. There is sort of a staging for proclamation of each. I think there are a few that have come into place. Did you identify those in the staff report? I think, right? Maybe not. I might have them elsewhere. I don't believe any are active as of today, but the proclamation for the gravel pits is expected soon, right away, and then the development permit monitoring becomes active. The target was January 1st, I believe, but that hasn't been stated formally. So, yes.
Thank you. Anybody else? I guess I would just make a comment. Thank you very much for putting this together. Really appreciate it. We've recently looked at some of the things coming down from the province. A lot of red tape involved here. So now we have to go back through our land use bylaw, our statutory planning documents, development approval processes, and amend them to bring them in line with the new requirements. Every time the government changes something in the MGA or some other act, we have to go back through. I can't imagine what it costs our planning department to continually be reviewing these things. And we do have a very big problem in this province, it seems, with the continual changes that cost municipalities, and the continual downloading from the province and increase in costs. We've seen just last year a 20% increase in our education requisition, and this year followed not quite 20%, but pretty close. We've seen an increase. We've seen the introduction of police costing and an increase there as well. Meanwhile, the province has failed to come good on the significant millions of dollars that we've lost due to oil and gas, and that is in their file, not in ours. A number of years ago, the province downloaded the small airports to us. MSI funding and LGFF have been significantly reduced. ASB grants are operating at numbers about 20 years old, no increases there. Health and social service gaps are, departments are continually covering things that should be the provinces. And our emergency services are also covering those, with fire departments picking up the slack for what ambulances should be doing. And these continual new compliance mandates. So when we talk about provincial downloading onto municipalities, it's a long list that we have seen over the last number of years. And there comes a point where it becomes unsustainable. So when we talk about our high rates of taxes, we can always look to the province to understand why our taxes keep going up. And it really kind of hurts when the province puts out a new budget and they say, look what we've done. There's no new taxes and no tax increases. But it's just moving from one hand to the other, making the municipalities pick up where they are dropping it. So I'll get off my soapbox and go to Deputy Revo.
We'll add to that little soapbox. Just wondering how they're going to police it. Do you think they're going to have the community design code police? And that we're going to have to submit all of our community designs to a planner, that they're going to invent a new position within the provincial government, and there's going to be community design police?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because they haven't got other things to work on?
Well, I don't know what they're thinking about in the whole community design code thing. That really has not been worked through. We don't understand what that'll be. They really haven't talked very much about it. It's been sort of something thrown out there in Bill 28 and not discussed any further. So just quickly, but the gravel pit is moving forward. They're changing the code of practice. They're doing a great deal of consultation. Well, basically they're taking away our ability to approve or refuse gravel pits, and we'll be doing that in 2026 for sure. I fully expect that. But no, we don't really know what the community design code stuff is. I used to think, oh, it won't happen. They do it in BC. They do it in some other jurisdictions. So it's sort of that automatic yes component. So if you're building an accessory building or a garage or certain types of structures, these things can happen without a development permit approval.
Within parameters.
Within parameters. They're typically urban. They're typically small scale. I can't imagine it'll be a rural imposition.
Interesting Android communities coming your way soon. Just kidding. But so speed is it, but again, we don't know. And it looks like we're really just asking our investigative team to do some more work to see where we need to fill in gaps once we know what those items are. So that's all we're looking for here, in addition to being annoyed at a new level. Thank you.
CAO Payne.
Yeah, not to further stand on a soapbox, but I think council should be aware that it's not just the loss of grants, the increased requisitions, the downloading, all of those things, but it's also the lack of local autonomy and actually accountability to the public at the local level. So on the aggregate pits one that was just presented, the big concern there is there's going to be an outcry from residents who are impacted by aggregate approvals, who have really not a lot of input in any process at the local level to state their concerns. And this just follows the long line of things like NRCB approvals, AUC approvals, AER approvals, all of those things that now the province is stepping into the shoes of what the municipality used to do and saying, you know, what we decide is what goes, and we'll decide what consultation, if any, takes place. So just so council's aware of that. It's happening at the federal level too. Council's aware there's a towers engagement underway for cell phone towers and other types of towers. That one's another concern that's really being removed from the local process, where the body that approves those comes to the county requires consultation, and can we require a certain program. All of that's being erased. So there's a bit of an erosion in terms of public accountability at the local level as well, and that autonomy piece I mentioned. So just want to share with council, it is concerning to watch happen. regarding Councillor Callister's question about regulations and when those might come, I expect a handful will come actually this fall in the sitting, and then another handful probably in the spring. I wouldn't expect a lot beyond that, given there's a provincial election next fall. This fall, I'm not sure how many will come, because I think the province is probably going to have their hands just a little bit full with the referendum questions that'll be coming. So hard to say when that regulatory framework will come. The councillor accountability piece of Bill 28, it's a new framework with sort of a code of conduct for councils and elected officials. That's got to be implemented by regulation as well, and that's not yet been announced either. So that's an important one for council to be aware of, and we'll keep our ears to the ground and provide you with more information as we know more.
Thank you, Deputy Bull.
Sure. Just a last thought. As I was looking at your next steps that you provided for us, I was just thinking to add Rocky View County. They've been quite vocal on, especially the gravel, that topic. Yes, but they may have done some homework already that we could just borrow. If you guys are needing someone to get some already written material, I was just thinking check in with them on how they're going one way or another. I know, I heard that too. The other one is the ARIC, the Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus. We've had discussions about all of these topics, so they might be another resource for us. And also in terms of adding voices together, might be another opportunity for us. Thank you.
Okay, so we would need a motion then, as on the screen there, to direct administration to review all that stuff to bring it in line with Bill 28. From Councillor Estes, any further conversation? All in favor? Motion carries. With that, the only thing left is some in-camera, or actually, we got to finish committee reports. Where did we leave off? I did mine. Councillor Estes, committee reports.
Thank you to the chair, and I have nothing to report.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. NTRATS, nothing to report at this time.
Okay, you got us.
What's the acronym? Is that?
You like acronyms?
NTRATT.
NTR.
Nothing to. Okay, CAO Payne, any updates for us? Committee reports.
I'll just draw council's attention to an email that I sent earlier this morning that came from Darren Davidson from ATEC. You'll recall we had a meeting with him some time ago. He's now responded to each of those questions formally. They're in your email. I don't think there's any protected nature to those responses. So if residents are asking questions about each of those specific items, go ahead. You can share the response from ATEC directly. Do let me know if you have any further follow-up you'd like me to carry out with Mr. Davidson. I do have a couple of closed items to talk about ATEC as well, a couple different items. But I would one other open item I'd share with council is that we do have our external safety audit starts on Tuesday next week with a kickoff between our external auditor. It's actually Clearwater County that's doing our external audit this year. They expect they'll be wrapped up with the audit process on September 18th. So we'll go through the usual process. They review all of our records and submissions, and then they interview various levels of senior administration, management, staff. I didn't look at the list yet to see if any councillors were on there. I assume they are. So if you are on there, you'll likely one of our safety committee members will get a call as well. It's not on there yet. Okay. And that'll be a question, I guess, for Tuesday when we meet with the auditor. But other than that, I just have a couple of closed items, Mr. Reeve.
Okay. Director Hemingway, did you have anything for us? And Manager Barrett.
Just a reminder of 2 emails that have gone out, one regarding the High River Health Trust banquet that's coming up, that we have 2 tickets. So if anyone would like to use those, I'll need to know. And RMA attendance, I need to know whether you're going or not and when. So as soon as, if you haven't responded yet, please do so. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'd look for a motion to go into closed. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. welcome back. I think that gets everything for today. So I'd look for a motion to adjourn from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. See you next week, 9 a.m. Wednesday.